Hello everybody, welcome to the stream, man. How are we doing today? Hopefully you are well. And we're getting ever closer to the end of the week. And I can't wait, chat, because if you didn't know, I've been doing a month of no sugar at all, no processed sugar. And it's past now, but this weekend I'm going out for food and I cannot wait. I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully you've all had a good day. Guys, we're continuing Canto 4. Last time we passed the boss. It was a great fight, I must admit. I really enjoyed it. We succumbed on the first try at the 1v1, but we managed to get it done second try round, and it was an actual blast. I really enjoyed it. Excuse me. And we're going to continue on with Canto 4 today, guys. We are continuing with Canto 4. If you're watching, guys, if you haven't already, drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. How is the audio as well? Are we all good, chat? How's things sound? Hopefully it all sounds good. Let me get chat up as well here, man. Let me get chat up. Let's get rid of that. Let's put that on. Let's put a loop on. Turn that down a bit. Where's chat? There we go. Alright, audio's good. Sweet. Welcome to the stream. Dandy, Flicks, welcome. T, welcome to the stream. Nicholas, welcome to the stream. Francis, welcome to the stream. Ducklord, hello. How's it going? Josh, welcome to the stream as well. Yo, Canis, what's up? Welcome. Moongi, welcome to the stream. Grease, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Engie, welcome back. Wiseman, yeah, no worries. Have a good day, Wiseman. Appreciate you stopping by. Guide, welcome. Hello. Lance, welcome to the stream. BVN Tulip, welcome to the stream. Yo, Casual, what's up, dude? Welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat right about now, guys. Hopefully you're doing well. It's good to see ya. Has the day been treating you well? Has it been treating you well, chat? So tonight, we're going to retry playing Honor of Kings World. Because we tried it the other day, but we couldn't get it to work. And I was throwing around a few cuss words about the game. But actually, it was all my fault. I didn't read. It was actually buried in the email. Well, it wasn't exactly buried, if I'm honest. That I couldn't play it till today. So, so yeah, there we are. I didn't realize there was 2 separate days. Like, content creators were a part of the CC program. Got it like 2 days early, which, as I say, I didn't even know that was a thing. So, yeah, we'll try it later. We'll try it later. Does this mean you're no longer an AK player? No, of course not. But that's it, guys. We're quitting. It's our soft quit moment. Yo, Easy, what's going on, dude? Welcome to the stream. What's that, BVM? What are you having issues with? I've got a frog in my throat, chat. Glory to Sinclair. Yeah, insane. And I definitely didn't accidentally put Don on my thumbnail. Never happened. If you think you saw that, it was lies. It was all lies. Oh, the Honor of King. Yeah. Hopefully it should. Yeah, I went to Stix's. I went and asked Stix, and his missus was like, yeah. Said the same thing that I tried, right? And I was like, well, that don't work. And she was like, also, if you're not in the creator program, you can't play it till the 21st. And I was like, hold on. Because they did reach out to me as a creator. Like, they emailed me and told me to make sure, like, I was all signed up on that. So, I didn't even think about that, right? Like, I wasn't assuming it was in a CC program. But I was like, wait a minute. I haven't signed up to a CC program or applied or anything like that. So, I'm guessing maybe not. And then I checked the email and, yeah, it said, it said, yeah, the 21st. So, I think the servers might be up now, maybe? They might actually be up now, to be fair. I don't even know. We have a look on Twitch. Actually, are people playing it yet? I'm not too sure what the I think it did say the time, but I forgot, if I'm honest. I'm gonna give it a whirl anyway. Yeah, I think yeah, looks like the game's up. Looks like up, so that's good then. So when we jump on later, we can play. It's alive. It's alive. Yeah, they've tweeted as well. So, guys, like, what are we thinking, man? What are we thinking? What is Hypergriff doing as well? Like, what is Hypergriff doing? I understand marketing, right? But the live stream's not going to happen on the Enfield channel, right? It's going to be going through IGN. Now, I don't know if it's just going to be a straight IGN just premiere or live stream their recorded session, or we're going to have to sit and listen to a bunch of IGN guys talking over everything. I really hope not, because that will suck. I really don't understand the reasoning for that, and it doesn't look like a lot of people are happy about it on Twitter. Now, people are never happy on Twitter, to be fair. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's literally just a stream, then I guess it's whatever, right? You're just watching it on a different channel. Or yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't see how it, like, I suppose it gets them out to more non-gacha gamers, right? Being on IGN, you're more normal, average gamer. I suppose that's going to be the benefit for them, right? You know, your guy who probably plays whatever, he's going to be like, oh, what's this IGN are talking about? And then check it out. So I suppose there's that. Oh, yeah. And apparently it's exclusive as well, so it's not going to be on the channel. I would imagine after the fact they'll upload like they usually do, right? But yeah, unusual. They've obviously got some sort of deal going on with IGN now, right? Because, remember the IGN tweets? Remember when I told you guys there was some sort of partnership going on there? Remember when IGN accidentally tweeted about a beta? Remember that? And obviously they had the article. It was a sponsored article. We've seen the interviews, the boss video, and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, it's obvious they've got some sort of ongoing agreement and contract with IGN as I guess their Western promotional angle, if you will. Which I guess is fine, right? You know, at the end of the day, marketing's marketing. It's just everybody hates IGN, don't they, really? But I suppose there is the fact that, you know, probably 90% of IGN viewers are not gacha gamers. Probably, actually, more than 90%, right? So I suppose they've got that angle there of reaching out to the people who aren't already playing the game or don't already know about the game. So I suppose it's smart marketing, right? I always say this because you see content creators, and they're like, why am I not getting sponsored when I play the game every day? And that bozo over there doesn't play the game and he gets sponsored. And he's like, well, that's exactly why. You're already advertising the game for the company. Why would they pay you? Right? They're going to go pay the dude who doesn't play the game, right, and advertise it to his audience. So, yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Just would like to have seen it on the channel. Guys, have any of you lot watched any of the gameplay from the Expanse Osiris Reborn? Because apparently they're claiming, I've seen a lot of claims about it being like the Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect, which I'm like, doubt. But as somebody who likes the Expanse, I'm interested. Hopefully IGN's just a restream for the reach. Yeah, I think that's probably what it's going to be, right? I'm going to assume that's probably what it's going to be. That's a guess. It seems like the most logical. Like, I really hope we don't have, you know, the IGN cast rabbiting on prior and after. Unless maybe they have the devs on for interviews, but even then, I doubt that'll happen. So you're probably right. Probably it's just a restream. First time I heard about it. Yeah, like I've been seeing it on Twitter. Like, I follow the devs on Twitter, but like, not actively, but I just see tweets every now and again. But apparently there was a beta last month. And I didn't even know about it. But, it might be worth checking out. Rumor is it's going to be a filler patch. Really? Okay. Interesting. I know a lot of people, I think the reason why a lot of people are like echoing the frustration that's going on at the moment with the game is probably because this is an extra long patch and having one character as well, right? So I think it exemplifies some of the shortcomings that some people are seeing in the game. Although, like I say, for me, perfect at the moment for me. I'm just taking my time. I'm restacking my ore barrels. I still haven't finished 1.2 in its entirety. You know, I've still got bits and pieces to do, and I'm more than happy to take it at that pace. If I'm honest, I am genuinely treated. A lot of people might think, oh, you should be grinding the game every single day if you're a fan. But I kind of want to do the opposite with Enfield. I want to just appreciate it. You know what I mean? I think too often we gacha games are burn through content, or we do as a whole, and you don't appreciate it. I'm savouring it. I'm savouring the taste when it comes to Enfield. You know what I mean? I'm savouring the taste, man. You think you went elsewhere? Why is it going to be a filler patch? And again, up for us to go to... Well, I was going to say, from what they were talking about, I was expecting it to be a meaty patch. And down to the fact that we only had one banner this month, or this patch, should I say. I must admit, if it is going to be a filler patch, I don't know if it's necessarily smart. Do you know what I mean? Because, not that this has been a filler patch, but because I've had an extended patch with the banner, I'm like... is it the right thing? I don't know. We'll have to see, though. We'll have to see. Let's get started, then. Let's get started. Guys. Yes. I'm rocking the tash today. I'm doing it to annoy the missus. She hates it when I have a mustache. A mustache! She hates it when I have a tash, but, I thought I'd rock it today, you know? We're going for the truck driver look, chat. We're going for the truck driver look. You haven't got it yet? Who? Glad the character banner was extra long, was able to max pot Zhuang without burning a hole in one paycheck. You max potted, did ya? Fair play. Yeah, I hopped into the store, you know, the ticket store. Got myself, like 30 extra pulls as well. So I've re-upped on my pulls a little bit. So I've got like 29 tickets and I bet like 40,000 odd ore barrel now. So we're not like in a terrible position, you know? Pix became dead-owned. Next time we'll see without facial hair. Like, right, just me, Rosie, be like, you can get that fucking off. You can get that off. The Magnum mustache, man. Max pop the leak, strange taste, not the green I'd go for. anything of the monster, right? You're not vibing with it, are you? But yeah, I don't think we've got much to react to or anything today, chat. We've Japan censors itself. I'm not too sure I want to watch that today. We've got a video from Psyche about Resonance Solstice, Dead on Arrival. I actually quite like Resonance Solstice. Well, the little I played of it, but I stopped playing it. We got two videos from Ken, the story of digital extremes and how Warframe came to be. I still need to check out this Who video. I don't know if that's a stream watch video. I'm not too sure. We got a video on about Limit Zero Breakers. Which one's this one? Is this just a... Oh, I think we might have watched this, yeah. This is the prologue test video. I need to clear out React Smash, actually. We still need to get round to watching the Zenless Zone Zero EPs as well, chat. I think we might do that tomorrow, actually. Because I don't know if... Because it's my brother-in-law's birthday this weekend. Because we're going out for food and drinks. Or at least me and Rosie are. I know they're coming out for food. I don't know if they're coming out for drinks, because obviously with it being his birthday, I don't know if they're going to then go on to do something, just the two of them. So I don't know if they're doing something on Friday either, so I don't even know. So if they're not around tomorrow, we might double dip tomorrow, and we could have a bit of a music session tomorrow night. Because I do really want to get round to checking out the Zenless on Zero music, actually. I really do. Over the monster, okay, alright. I like the electric team, she was perfect. Also reminds me of Shu, so I had to. Hey, yo, I rate it, man. She's a great unit as well, right? So I feel for you. I feel it, sorry. I went for Max Bot Rossi, but I'm missing two dupes. See, like, I'm just the get a character and move on guy I am. I don't really ever bother with dupes unless I just get lucky. The only character in gacha where I've been like, I am specifically going to get dupes on that character was Shorekeeper in Wuthering Waves, you know, for the extension of the Stellar Realm and the, what was it, 40% attack buff or whatever it is. That's the only character that I've been, before she comes out, now I know what her dupes do, I'm getting dupes of her. Other than that, I just don't do it unless, like, it just happens to be. React Smash is turning into a pile of shame, to be honest. Why, what's shameful about it? Stuff from React Smash disappears after a week with 0 engagement. Going to the pub, or 2 weeks, I'm not sure. I don't know where it's set to. But yeah, I've watched some of these as well. We still need to get round to watching these Genshin exploration video. That's one I actually genuinely wanted to watch, that is. So we might check that out. I don't know whether we check that out today. Do we check that out today? It's 23 minutes. We could watch that actually, chat. Would you guys be interested in watching that? Okay. That's an odd comment. Duet Night Abyss. Okay, but are you cut or uncut? I'm assuming bro's talking about circumcision there, yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Add that to some of the weird comments I get on my YouTube videos. Lots of them watched. Well, some of them I've actually watched. I just haven't deleted them. Some like that are just like, I'll look and I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's gonna work for anything to react to. Some of the music stuff as well. If you get down to the older posts, some of the stuff's down there in the older posts as well. I still need to look at that leak wife model inspection as well. I think we'll watch that. I think we'll watch that Genshin video. I want to check that Genshin video out actually. I'm interested in that, and I think Osiris makes good videos as well, so we'll check that out. I haven't really got anything else to check out other than that that I'm interested in really watching today, because I don't want to spend too long messing around. What's YouTube doing? I don't want to spend too long messing around. Is the stream still up? Okay, internet's fine on my end, but YouTube just stopped playing the song. That's weird. Doesn't want to load that video. Was in the other room. I heard Genshin. Yes. I think we're going to check out that Saurusness video. About the Genshin. People are angry about Genshin, aren't they, at the moment? People are angry about Genshin. Which I haven't really looked into why, if I'm honest. I'm not, honestly, you know, don't really care about why people are angry, though, to be fair. I just don't. Usually when I look, oh, gacha community's mad, I look into it and I'm like, oh, okay. Alright, it's nothing new. From what I've heard, they're now all of a sudden angry about stuff that Genshin's been doing for years, apparently. Which is, okay. You know? It's like, as things change, not really. Why are we angry? I don't know. Because... basically a nothing burger. Yeah, it kind of feels like it. It just seems like I think what it is, which I've noticed, it's like the people who are pro Genshin, some of them seem to have been like making sort of negative videos recently. And I don't know if it's just because they consider the tides have turned a little bit and that they'll be getting away with those videos now. I don't know. But yeah, a lot of it's just been on Twitter that I've seen, really. Small outrage, which is technically big. Yeah, as I say, like, again, I haven't played Genshin since Inazuma. Finished Inazuma, and I haven't played since, right? And I do actually plan to go back to Genshin, because I am not a Huyo hater. I actually enjoy the Huyo games. I enjoyed Genshin, I enjoyed Star Rail while I played it, and I enjoyed ZZZ. And I'm looking forward to see what Huyo's got to offer in the future. I'm not that person that's like, there's a lot of people who feel that way, but I don't have an anger towards Hoyoverse and MiHoYo and the games they make. I look forward to the stuff they're making, and I'm actually kind of looking forward to going back to Genshin. But as I've said, I have seen that there's been a sort of growing contention, at least in some parts of the YouTube community and definitely over on Twitter. And it just, from what I've seen, it seems to be that I don't think anything's necessarily changed in the game, as I said, but people are angry now. You can let me know if that's incorrect, totally. But this video is nothing to do with any of that, I don't believe. But you know what? It's been a while since we've touched base with anything Genshin. And we've got Snezhnaya coming up, right? So I thought, let's check out this video from Saurusness then, shall we? This went up like nearly 2 weeks ago now, but I'm curious. Could Snezhnaya be on track for something special? And the thumbnail, what was the thumbnail now? It says like, size doesn't matter. So I'm assuming that's in reference to map size. And are we going to be talking about exploration here? I'm not too sure. We're going to check it out. Saurusness makes good videos. So let's see what she has to say regarding this video then, guys. And let's see what's going on in Genshin Land, shall we? Let's see what's going on in Genshin Land. I thought Genshin died. Apparently, according to parts of certain communities, everything that's not a certain game is dead. Even if they make much more money, that doesn't mean anything, because Google Trends and Twitch trackers are the real relevant metrics. If you didn't know, it don't matter how much money you make. It's how many people are watching you on Twitch, guys. That's success. Anyway, let's get into this video then, shall we? Let's go.
Is Nutcry too small? Is Sumeru too big?
I don't know.
How could a fan of exploration not care either way? Each Genshin region emphasizes different parts of exploration with its...
Let's just go back at that a second. Let me just... What did she say?
Is Nutcry too small? Is Sumeru too big? How could a fan of exploration not care either way?
How could you not care either way? If it's too small or too big, then that's showing that it's in a negative sense, right? So I suppose you should. But for me, exploration's never necessarily about size. It's about depth, and it's about friction. And when I talk about friction, good gameplay friction, which I've said before, it's a big fan. Why I'm a big fan of Enfield's exploration, and I don't really like crazy utility in my games if the game's not really designed for it from the get-go. But yeah, I don't think it matters. Scope and scale are all dependent on what's in there, right? You can have a massive world that feels empty and a very small world that's just full of life, and vice versa as well, to be fair. It's all about what's in it, right?
Each Genshin region emphasizes different parts of exploration with its own blend of pros and cons, which inevitably leads to discussions and disagreements about which one is better than another. Every player...
Ooh, we got to be careful about exploration conversations, chat. Last time I had an exploration conversation about Wuthering Waves, yeah, it didn't go well. People were not happy about my opinions.
It brings their own unique set of preferences, and half
Not
the
cry
time
was the right
people seem
size.
to just keep talking past each other. I think most would agree Hoyo have made improvements over the years in at least some ways, but then again, the nostalgia for those early days is strong. There were some good ideas which have been lost along the way, and the later regions are far from flawless. With Snezhnaya on the horizon, it's been so interesting to see people's hopes and expectations and how different they can be. One common theme is that many...
All I've seen so far about the new region is my guy strapped up, looked like he was carrying an assault rifle or something, yeah, which I'm like, you know what? Okay.
He wanted to be huge. On that particular point, I kinda don't care anymore. It's important to emphasize, different people want different things from Genshin.
True.
To many, the most fundamental appeal of the game is that it can satisfy a deep yearning to explore. They want to spend time wandering through unfamiliar lands, dazzled by stunning...
I can understand that, because I like that. I like doing that. It's one of my favourite things in Enfield, right? There's a lot of things I like about Enfield, but exploring in Enfield and just being in the world is such a great experience. So I definitely relate to people who feel like this in video games. And this is why, again, going back to Wuthering Waves, why the bike becomes such a contentious issue for me, because it removed that pleasure. And I know people are like, just don't go on the bike then. But then the map gets designed for the bike, and when you're not on the bike, it's a lesser experience than what it would have been if it wasn't designed for the bike. But anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked on that. Let's get back to Genshin.
Views backed by incredible music, learning new things, meeting new people, and experiencing their stories. To some, it's vital for the world to be filled with fragments of forgotten history so that they can spend their time searching for obscure clues which unlock new understanding. They still enjoy those
I think that's a good point as well. I do. You know, you can have a world like force fed into your brain through dialogue or direct story, right? And then you can have the discovery. And that's what open world games really should add, right? Like, you know, there's a difference when you go from something being very linear to in something being open that, you know, obviously some people don't like that. Oh, well, this amazing piece of lore was hidden away in a building. I know some people hate the notes, things in video games and stuff like that. And I can understand that. But also, when you craft a world like this, I do think it's something that really adds to a world to be able to find those little breadcrumbs that can lead you to something. You're like, oh, wow, okay. I've got a different understanding of potentially something that happened now, or I've figured something out from the history that I just wouldn't have got. And I also think it can stop story bloat where a character or a part of the story has to exposition dump onto you. Instead, you can get the story how it should be, and then discover things on your own accord. Right? I like that in video games. It's a part of gaming, right? In my opinion.
Other aspects, but the thing which keeps them coming back is that gigantic puzzle they want to piece together, and when it's missing, the world feels less alive. But to others, the exploration is a chore they must complete in order to collect rewards. They play the game.
I agree. I am definitely on the side of I want exploration to be a bit more than that, and this is where I got a lot of pushback regarding Wuthering Waves. Some people, and I understand that angle, like rather than just calling me a retard for the opinion, I understand some people saying, well, it's a gacha game, and because resources are tied to exploration, it kind of forces people or encourages people to strip mine the world rather than actually live in the world. And I was like, that's actually a fair point. Then there's a way to encourage you to want to be in the world as well, right? I think if a game only wants you, or you only feel like strip mining a world, the world's kind of failed at that point, right, in my opinion. Now, it might not be for everybody, but for you personally, if you don't care, now you might just not care about exploration, but for me, if a game kind of leads you to the path of, well, I've just got to get here because I've got to get that chest and move on, that's a failure of design for me. And again, kind of goes back to utility as well, because when utility kind of makes all that sort of skippable, the world itself becomes skippable, and I'd rather be in a world that I want to experience rather than I just want to traverse as quickly as possible.
Game for other reasons, for the story, for the combat, for collecting waifus, for their incurable gambling addiction, for anything really. Hoya's challenge is to create a game which appeals to each of those personas and probably more besides. They've tried a lot of different things over the years. Most work well for some players while making it worse for others, while some rare few make it better for everyone. One in particular might be the key to making us all happy in Snezhnaya. The information they use to inform those decisions would be fascinating to see. What percentage of players actually explore each region? How many give up before 50% completion? How many make it to 80? How many to 100? What?
It's an interesting question for me, because I actually decided, you know, recently where Wuthering Waves have done that, like, I don't know what it was called. It's like an event on the website, and you can log in, right, and you can see your account history. And it's crazy to see how active I was earlier on, and then how inactive I've become. And it gives you the percentage of the regions explored, right? And it just went down and down and down for each region. So, like, especially as soon as we went from 2.0 onwards, and that just showed for me that, like, how I was becoming detached a little bit from the direction the game was taking. Which obviously that it just is what it is. That's the direction the game's taking. For me, sometimes I can love exploring a world, and I don't necessarily pick it clean right away. I kind of like having little bits left to come back to. I do. Like, I'll do the exploration, then I'll move on, and then I'll come back and I'll pick everything up afterwards. Like, I still haven't 100%ed all the regions in Enfield, but, like, I'll happily come back multiple patches later and come back and be like, ooh, I've got a bunch of chests and things I can still go and pick up. That's how I like playing these sort of games. It keeps things a little bit more fresh for me as well, and stops me. I think it stops burnout, because I think I did a little bit of that in Wuthering Waves as well. Like, you know, I'm cognizant of part of it was me as not just a game, but yeah, it was just a real visual representation of how things change for me, and I stopped interacting with it as much. You know what I mean?
does the distribution look like? Can they see correlation between world design decisions they made in different regions and the behavior patterns of the players? Can they group people into those personas and plot how different designs affect each one? How do they avoid reaching the wrong conclusions? And how does this information affect their plans? Did they decide too many players were leaving too much content untouched and therefore the time they spent crafting larger maps was wasted? Or have they been searching for ways to make it so compelling that even people who don't prioritize exploration will complete it anyway so they can get back to building a more expansive world? Sadly, we'll likely never know and we're left with limited perspective. Any online...
True, and I think about this. It must be a really hard thing for developers sometimes to do, right? Because obviously the vocal minority be like, we know how to fix it, just fix it. But we have to remember as well, typically, you watching streams like this or watching videos like this or me making videos like this or us engaging with the community, we're like a very small part of the community, right? And just because we're vocalizing an opinion on something to the developers and we don't see change, and we're like, they never listen. Why do they never listen? But they're probably looking at data that's kind of just eradicating our point, right? Because overall, the data proves what we're saying as a vocal minority kind of doesn't mean anything because the vast part of the player base are just engaging with some of these things, right? But at the same time, I do think sometimes with all of this different data incoming for these developers, sometimes it must be incredibly hard to sift through not only the bad faith stuff and the good faith stuff and the fair criticism and the not so fair criticism, but also to understand what could actually work for the majority, because you can never please everybody, right? You're always going to upset somebody, and trying to please everybody will inevitably probably please nobody. But it must be really hard. Honestly, it must be really hard. Economics probably plays a bigger role. Well, of course, economics plays a big role in game design, but it's not always such an easy thing to translate, right? You can look at things like retention and certain things that work. But I think there's a little bit of extra nuance as well when it comes to world building and exactly what people are enjoying. It's not always as simple. But of course, yeah, you can look at, okay, this does well, we keep doing this. But sometimes one thing that can do well at one point in a game's life cycle doesn't necessarily always do as well, right? Things change, it's flexible, right? So that's the very definition of a live services game cycle, right? Is that ever fluid changing period, and the customer changes as well, right? Especially when competition comes in as well. Like Genshin Day 1 obviously is totally different to Genshin now. Customers, the competition, just the space in general as well. Like it's I just find it fascinating, and I think sometimes got a hard job on the hand as well, right?
Discourse is inherently biased since only dedicated fans would care enough to actually get involved. For a game like Genshin, that's a tiny minority. And while we can observe what Hoya do, the cause and effect are far apart.
It's like,
even
when we think about surveys, I bet it's what? How many people actually fill out a survey, right? How many people? I bet it's the vast minority of the player base that actually bother with surveys, right? It's probably still a massive amount. But I bet most people don't even engage with the survey. So they can look at the survey and be like, whoa, okay, people really seem to want this. And then look at the data and be like, well, actually, it doesn't seem like they care. So, yeah, it's a juggling game. It's all about balance, right?
Side leads them to change their approach the moment they discover it. The content they're working on at any given time may be in development for a year or more before it gets released. Personally, I'm here for exploration first and foremost, but from what I've
do the
seen,
surveys for
my
rewards
thoughts during Notcry have diverged a fair bit from many others who have that same preference. As always, this region has its strengths and weaknesses, and there are a bunch of things I still hope they'll change, but one thing I see other exploration lovers complain about a lot, which I don't care about, is how small it is. I'd have loved...
Okay, just going to pause that as well there. I just wanted to add as well, what you may want and have a preference as somebody who's a year 6 player is going to be totally different to somebody who's just started the game as well, right? That's again this ever fluid entity that a live service game is, right? The experience of a new player is totally different in terms of like, well, I want this to be more efficient and we don't need all of this. Whereas a new player is like, well, I really like that. I like all that extra stuff because it's fresh to them, right? They haven't got to the point where it starts to become maybe a chore or monotonous, maybe. The data's always changing as well, right? All right, let's go.
loved more, but I don't mind it being small. A few years ago, I would have cared a lot. I finished the exploration just days after each new region released without ever referencing any maps or guides and always craved more. Even in the run-up to the release of Not Cry, I was hoping we'd get more map expansions this time around. It's been far smaller than I originally hoped, but to my surprise, that fact hasn't bothered me. The gap between what I thought I wanted and how I felt in the end has me trying to figure out where my own feelings came from and why it's so different to the experience of so many others I'd usually agree with. To understand, let's look back at the regions we've explored so far, see the important changes along the way, both good and bad, and some opportunities I think they missed.
Okay.
In the early days of wandering
Again, as well, for me, I'm all about depth. I would happily take a map 50% the size that has more depth and more interesting things to explore. I am long past big empty maps. It's why when it came to WoA, why I was quite critical about what I was looking at when I was looking at the map, right, and when I explored the map, because I remember the days of where every game just wanted a bigger map. That'd be the selling point. Our map is so many square kilometers, and you get in the map and you'd be like, "Fuck, it's empty," and that's just boring. I don't care how big the sandbox is if there's no toys or hardly any sand in it. I'm doing nothing at that point, right? So I definitely prefer depth over quantity, for sure.
around Mondstadt and Liyue, the world felt huge and vibrant, and everything was new. The experience was filled with friction. Stamina was scarce, cliffs were huge and impassable, traversal mechanics were rare and did little to help you move around the world. You had to really work hard to get anywhere, and the chests you got at the end were usually the smaller ones. And yet, a lot of people loved it. It was all about the journey rather than the destination. I wonder if...
Damn. Isn't it weird? She's sort of echoing some of the sentiments I had in my video. Right? You know, when I said when utility can remove the journey, it's all about just getting from point A to B, not actually enjoying the journey from point A to B. And at that point, I may as well just TP there, right? Now, obviously, I know games like these have fast traveling, but like if you're gonna give me a world to explore, make me want to explore it, or otherwise, maybe let's just go down a more linear path, right? Why not? So yeah, I definitely relate to a lot of the stuff that she's saying here.
part of the reason that perspective fell away for a lot of people is that in the early days, we were interacting with systems which would also give us permanent rewards as well, ones which directly improved the gameplay experience, while over time, those kinds of rewards have become rare. It felt satisfying to collect the oculi when you could see your...
I can't speak on that because obviously I stopped round about Inazuma, but that's an important thing as well. Progress. Well, you know, reward shouldn't just be here's half a pull or here's a tenth of a pull. Again, for me, it's why when it comes to events, I don't necessarily care about pulls. Like, I want pulls in these games because obviously I don't want to be spending as much money as I can. If I can reduce the amount of money I spend, great. But like, for me, I want different kind of rewards, account progression, character progression, an experience progression, right? You know, these things I think sometimes are missing in gacha games a lot, right? And I understand why. It's the monetization of these games, but yeah, this is a good point. This is
stamina gauge get longer, and you could feel the difference it made to your ability to move around the world. I always wonder how different the game would have been in the long run if they had leaned into this more. I suspect it would have made a massive difference for many. It would have felt perfectly natural for the system to branch out and include even more useful changes at higher levels. Maybe once you reach max stamina, you could unlock things like faster climbing, or charged jump ability to gain greater distance, or advanced traversal skills which would allow...
These are like sort of single player type things as well. Gacha games need to introduce more single player account progression like that. A lot of them lack it, right? You know, and there's no reason either, because for me it's not a thing that in any way encourages spending, unless maybe you attach it to characters and new units. Then that definitely does, right? You know, in terms of traversal, power creep, if you will, or exploration creep.
You to scale an overhang, for example. It's a shame they went down the route of only adding region-specific movement gimmicks and creating characters with traversal mechanics as their selling point. I feel like the expansions, which came in the year or so after those first two regions, all had one common thread. They each felt hostile to the player in some way. Dragonspine had sheer cold, Enkonomiya had that habit.
Yeah, bro. When I first experienced that, I hated it. Now I think back to it, like I quite like the idea of it was unique, right? You know, the environment was actively harming you. I like that. You know, I actually do like that. When I first got into it, though, I was like, fuck, I don't know if I like these.
Bit of pushing you off the edge of the cliffs and into its bottomless pit, the chasm underground was moody and oppressive and filled with toxic goop. Inazuma, of course, stands out even more. Its devastated, war-torn landscape seemed to actively want to kill you, and the mournful music made those almost apocalyptic vibes feel incredibly immersive. I think these are fantastic ways to give the region a sense of self, but
Inazuma was beautiful.
may have gone a little too hard at times, especially because the world quests which calmed each Inazuma Island down were long and time-gated. Inazuma is also famous for its puzzles. They actually asked you to use your brain, but unfortunately the game's own systems sometimes got in the way and made them more frustrating to interact with than they perhaps deserved. This is one of those places where I can buy into the theories. I can easily imagine large waves of players, especially the more casual ones, finding these more hostile regions a little bit too much to handle. This would show up in Hoyo's analytics, and they may have concluded that to keep more people happy, they should dial it back a little. Assuming that's true, I personally feel they overcorrected. I miss puzzles which were even vaguely challenging. I prefer the more polished interactions we've got in later regions, but there's far less satisfaction to be found when everything is so easy, and I do wish they'd bring back.
Agree. I think when we have these neutered experiences, you know, it removes that satisfaction, right? And for me, satisfaction's what keeps coming back. You know, it's one of the pleasures I get from Art Nights, especially those first 8 chapters, right? Insane experience. It's what I'm really enjoying at the minute from Limbus. Like, nothing stupidly hard, but there's a satisfaction of having to work a little bit extra rather than just steamrolling stuff. And I think it's just the very nature. It's not just gacha, it's gaming nowadays, right? People, you know, there's a large portion of gamers that really don't want any form of difficulty, which is fair, right? Which is fair. But it's the developers trying to process that data, find a middle ground, give something that's satisfying and has difficulty to the players who want it, but at the same time not scare away the people who maybe want a more casual experience. And I've got no facts to back this up. There's there's a large portion of that casual player base as well that are going to be spenders also as well, aren't they? And at the end of the day, these games are all about retention, right? There's a reason why pretty much every live service game has a login event. It's all about getting you to come back tomorrow. If you're on for 5 minutes, maybe you're on for 15 minutes. If you're on for 15 minutes, maybe you're on for 30. If you're on for 30 every day, maybe you spend money, right? It's what it's all about, right?
Back that hostile atmosphere, at least in smaller parts of each region. That brief glimpse of the Marajavari in Bennett's quest shows just how spectacular Hoyo could make a truly devastated region, and I'll be disappointed if they don't give it another try, even though I love the lush landscapes we've got instead. And speaking of times when Hoyo took the wrong lesson from the way players reacted, I've always wondered what happened with the Three Realms Gateway offering event. In version 2.4, they released Enkonomiya, an absolutely stunning hidden region filled with ancient history and countless puzzles to solve. In version 2.5, they released an exploration event which sent us back to explore the same region and open yet more chests in the same places. Back then, we didn't even have that incentive event forcing people to finish exploring each new region within a couple of months of its release, so I'd be unsurprised if most people hadn't even finished their first go-around exploring Enkonomiya by the end of the patch. So even at the time, it seemed a little odd for them to immediately follow up with an event where we explore the same region. And since then, we've never had another event like it. I seem to remember it being quite well received, but maybe it just didn't drive enough interaction. But
probably. I like that when games do that. They get you to go back to an old region, but give you an actual reason to want to go back and to explore a little bit more, and maybe sometimes even adding some new little bits and pieces to that old environment as well. For somebody who like enjoys the not only world building through story and information, but the world building through experience as well. Like, that's a enjoyable part of that for me.
regardless of the reason, the actual solution would be for them to wait. This kind of event would be awesome for regions we haven't visited for a long time. An event where we re-explore Not Cry right now would feel like pointless repetition, but one where we go back.
It's a good point. Gives you, oh damn, bit of nostalgia, especially in a game where, unless you're forced to for materials, which gets rarer and rarer the further you're going, right? And of course, those older materials or original farming spots, they rarely get used. it gets you to go back and be like, oh shit, I haven't really spent much time in here for like potentially years, right? So there's a little bit of a flash of nostalgia as well. Of that, like, damn, I remember walking through here for the first time.
To Inazuma or Sumeru, people would feel such nostalgia. Just look at how much love there was for that second Golden Apple Archipelago event despite its repeat exploration, or the recent Homeward event in Mondstadt. And as I've said before, this kind of event would be a perfect opportunity to go back and add some much needed improvements to those earlier regions. Imagine a permanent event which unlocks after you've finished, say, Sumeru Archon Quest, in which you re-explore key parts of Liyue, which would add spirit cups to aid traversal all over the map. The original experience would remain intact during the Archon quests, older players would have a huge hit of nostalgia to enjoy, and some of the game's flaws would be ironed out for anyone who hasn't explored everything. Bonus points if they also added the Nordkreis style compass to past regions too. That's another
Man, the more I watch of this video, the more genuine it's making me think, man, I think I really do want to get back on Genshin, man, and give it a whirl again.
obvious win which they really should get around to adding. Instead, Hoyo might have taken the wrong lesson from that Enkonomiya event and concluded they should never try that again. Sumeru's first region was magnificent. It came out in the time when I was still completely hooked on Genshin's exploration, so the vast, lush forests will forever be a high point for me, and I'm still
just got to like the edges of this area when I stopped playing. I remember hitting like the forest area and being like, damn, oh, this is kind of pretty actually, this is, and then I started playing Star Rail.
Disappointed that they didn't add more. While it's not quite my favorite overall, I think they had a pretty decent balance of traversal here. The zip lines were far more polished than the janky Inazuma ones, and even though the forest was huge, each point of interest felt pretty comfortable to reach. The main thing, which I remember being frustrated with in early Sumeru, was the team composition requirements. In the first 3 nations...
See, what you need there is you need a flying bike, and then that'd make all of that useless and much more fun, apparently. Why is this video gone to 720p, man? What the fuck?
A huge portion of the puzzles required you to use your character's elemental abilities to interact with the world. This made everything feel cohesive. The characters in your team mattered, even during exploration. The actions which drove combat were also vital when running around the world. In Sumeru, I remember having much more trouble with this than I ever had before, because the interactions in each area often required more than the 4 elements you could keep in your team at one time. Changing teams is ridiculously tedious in Genshin, so this rough spot always bothered me. In the regions after Sumeru, I feel like they tried to solve this by avoiding elemental puzzles. Fontaines focused on Numa and Uja, Natlands were all about the Saurians, and Nordkreis have used Kuvaki. Even though that removes a source of friction, I feel like it's a downgrade overall. There are alternatives. They could take inspiration from their competition and give us some gadgets like a torch to apply pyro, for example, but I think the biggest missed opportunity was that
either that or just make quick options to be able to switch for those puzzles, really, right? Because I like it when you need to do that, especially in a game that has so many elemental reactions, right? It's kind of like you'd think it'd be a bread and butter thing of puzzles as well, right? When it comes to stuff like that and having a variety of it as well. Yeah, they obviously just was like, you know, this is probably causing a contentious issue, so let's just go the most simplistic route to potentially stop that friction which might be filtering people.
they did not allow Traveler to switch elements freely outside of
Sumeru is so
combat.
hype.
They could be a god-tier exploration character, someone you'd actually want to use. Despite that flaw, I loved Sumeru's Rainforest, and I still hold out hope that we'll get more someday. And, of course, the rest of Sumeru is its vast desert, which turned out to be very divisive. For a long time, the consensus seemed to be that
Deserts are hard to make good in games. I don't think I've played a desert area in a game where I've been like, that was memorable. That was fun. Because by their very nature, they're kind of vapid, aren't they? You know what I mean? So to make it look and feel like a desert, you kind of have to like do something in game design that's not really great for game design, right? It's like, oh, how vapid do we make this and still keep it feeling like a desert? It's kind of a hard thing to do. But again, I never experienced it, so I don't know what the experience was like.
it was too big and empty, and desert fatigue was a huge point of discussion throughout, with people left exhausted by the end of the 3 straight expansions of Endless Desert.
Right? It's like, damn, man, this desert in my game feels too much like a desert. It's a real hard thing to deal with design-wise, right? Because it's like, either you do or it's not a desert. It's like, for me, I'm still yet to see a desert where I'm like, damn, okay, that was done really well.
Some people seem to have revised their opinion on this region after Not Cry. Now that they've experienced the region they consider too small, they yearn for a wider world. However, I was frustrated by the desert for a completely different reason, and while I would have loved some more variety, the desert...
See, for me, this is where you can potentially solve the empty spaces puzzle, right? Where you have a map that's designed in a certain way that makes sense, right? And then you add different types of utility to kind of shrink the space without making it feel useless, right? Rather than having an item and then designing the map around the item, try and design the map and then fit the utility to work with it. I think Silver Palace did a really good job of that. And the horse, right? That was how you add a quite powerful utility, which they did nerf a little bit, but they're designed that to fit into the world rather than the other way round. Which again, going back to Uwe, for me, the world was designed around the bike rather than the bike being designed around the world, right?
sheer size wasn't the issue. I saw this beautiful desert filled with fascinating
you really like Monster Hunter's
buried
deserts
beneath the sands and could not wait to delve deep like a fantasy Indiana Jones. But when I tried to explore, I found every single path I wanted to take was barred by locked doors. I like world quests when they're done well, but only if I'm in the right mood. When I'm not looking forward to it, all that reading chopped into tiny chunks feels extremely tedious, and it's infinitely worse when my favorite part of the game is locked behind something I have zero interest in at that particular moment.
That's fair.
Many people prefer their exploration to exist alongside these stories, so this worked fantastically well for them. I suspect the experience will have been a highlight for the Loreologists as well. Sadly, for me, it was a massive disappointment.
The Loreologists.
This irrevocably changed my relationship to Genshin. It drove me to look for other games which would scratch that exploration itch, and even though Fontaine ended up healing my Genshin burnout, I think this is why I no longer feel disappointed when they give us fewer map expansions than I thought I wanted. I've always got something else to play, so I can just stick to something else for a while and enjoy Genshin more when they do bring out something new. Despite that, I'm kinda glad to see people rediscovering some love for the desert itself. It's a beautifully realized region, and they did a better job with making a map of that scale feel engaging than many give them credit for.
Okay.
Fontaine's magical underwater world was the balm I needed after the frustration of the desert quests. I was nervous about it since I generally dislike underwater exploration in other games, but
Yeah, it can be a problem, right? It can be a problem. I remember in a Terra Fantasy, right? Like the underwater parts of the game. A great to look at, right? A great to look at. You know, and you can make underwater areas look gorgeous, incredibly pleasing on the eye, and a pleasing place to explore. But then when you start adding combat, potential movement issues, it starts to become a bit of a bitch. I remember in Terra Fantasy, just sometimes you would get into some fights, and like, because you're in the water and the enemies are not on your level, sometimes they're kind of like off diagonally or something. Like sometimes the game had a real issue with combating that, you know, with actually focusing on those enemies. It was just a bit jank sometimes. So I think it can be a risky thing to deal with sometimes, underwater combat and mechanics.
turns out the reason for that was the endless tension I feel when managing an oxygen meter. Since Genshin skipped that whole mechanic, I loved the experience. The controls felt fluid to me, and the ambiance was just stunning. I've seen a lot of people say they found the underwater to be tedious and uninteresting, at least in part because of how they handle underwater combat, yet again proving that nothing can appeal to everyone.
True.
Something which stood out to me, in contrast to Sumeru, was Fontaine's balance between freeform and guided exploration.
I must
Anything
admit,
you can see
this does look very pretty, though. It does look very pretty.
is explorable, but there are hidden depths all over the place which are only revealed to you through exploration quests. I think this is a great way to cater to both types of people, and I've been glad to see it continue in Natlan and Not Cry. On the other hand, I've seen some say Fontaine had a bit of a theme park feel, with beautiful locations which each feel kind of a set piece, while everything in between feels like a series of empty connecting pathways without their own identity. As much as I loved Fontaine, I can kind of see their point, though given how much I loved many of those set pieces, pieces, I can just about look past it as a compromise. One thing
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you have to accept that, right? So I try and accept that with like Enfield. There's certain things that I might overlook where if I wasn't having such a good time in that moment, it might be a bit more of I'd have a bit of a bone to pick with it. You know, and I think that's, I like it when people can at least acknowledge their, be cognizant of, well, I was having so much fun. This really didn't affect me, but I get it, right? Rather than, what are you talking about? You're being stupid there, really. And the opposite applies as well, right?
Still can't get over, however, is the area around Beta Harbor, the new region in Sumeru's forest, which is completely empty. I get that they have a Primogen budget, which limits how many rewards they can release in any single patch, but having it completely empty of anything interesting was a huge disappointment, especially for people like me who had yearned for more forest to explore for so long. But in stark contrast, one of the other Fontaine patches brought my favorite region in the game, Chenyu Vale. The Spirit Curbs are the perfect regional traversal mechanism. They provide speed, comfort, and far more control than any other mechanism has, while also giving Hoya control over the intended player paths.
I must admit, I do like these sorts of environmental traversal mechanics are doing game, because it gives you an ability to get around quick, to gives you freedom, but it's also it has an element of restriction to it as well. So the world doesn't get like made useless, because not everywhere has them. So you've got these areas where it allows you to move around quicker and maybe get to certain places or cover a longer distance in a shorter period if you launch up to them and glide down or float down or whatever it is, depending on the game. Again, going back to Silver Palace, I like what they did with the horse, right? Because my worry with the horse was kind of like the bike in WoW. I was like, damn, bro, they've made this beautiful world. Is it kind of going to make it useless? But they didn't. Like, you can't just fly as you will on the horse, and you've got like these. They're basically like stamina boosters, yeah, that allow you to stay in the air for a bit longer. So you have to keep tackling them, and then otherwise you just glide until you come down, kind of thing. And that like gives you this really powerful utility, but also adds an element of restriction to it, so it's just not entirely unlimited. And that way, then the world doesn't feel completely useless. And plus, I think with it being a built-up urban city, you want to get on the floor anyway and explore all the areas, right? Again, that for me, that's where you find the balance of having powerful utility in a game and incredible map design, because the utility's great for getting across areas a little bit quicker, but also you're like, dude, I don't even want to use the utility here. I want to go explore these little nooks and crannies, like.
Careful placement of chain traversal points. The landscape perfected that balance between providing enough friction to feel like you're exploring a real place and providing freedom to zoom around without restriction, and the aesthetics, music, and general feel of the place was incredible.
Does look nice.
Either way, for my tastes, Fontaine was fantastic overall. Meanwhile, Natlan was more of a mixed bag from my perspective. The world is stunningly beautiful in my opinion. I've seen people say it's childish for it to have so much color, but honestly, that just reminds me of how the only truly childish thing is the desire to be seen as very grown up. I would have loved—
Ooh, what a bar. That is a bar, and I agree with that so much. Because, like, you get so many people who like to see something bright and colourful. Oh, this is for kids. And, like, I agree with that. That's the sort of thing that you think a kid would say who's trying to not... You know, I'm not a kid. I'm grown. I'm grown. You know, I'm 7 3/4, actually. You know, when you was at that age. When you wouldn't just say your age, you'd add a half or 3/4 into it because I'm grown, man. You know, and that kind of screams that to me. Because something can be incredibly colourful and pretty doesn't mean it can't have mature aspects to it as well and be enjoyable as an adult also. Because one thing for me, I did notice in the Genshin community, at least what I saw, Fontaine did seem to, the overall consensus was incredibly positive, where Natlan did seem to be a little bit more split down the middle from what I've seen. But one thing, I used to joke about Natlan, even though I haven't played it, because it's supposed to be the region of war or something, right? And I was like, it doesn't look like the region of war. But at the same time, though, it looks like a really nice place to experience for me personally. It is a beautiful environment.
The aesthetic even more if they had a contrasting region in the overworld, a devastated war-torn hellscape like the Marajavari, though that would have needed some kind of world-building changes I explored in my Natlan retrospective. I still feel that Natlan's opening regions leaned way too far into the character character traversal mechanics. It degraded the exploration gameplay loop for anyone who didn't have them. Everywhere else, the loop is see point of interest, traverse towards it, solve puzzle or other interaction, get reward, repeat. In Natlan, without the right character, it became see point of interest, look around for a relevant Saurian in Dwell, lumber slowly back to where you started, then traverse, solve, get reward, repeat. That is only a little extra friction, but when repeated over and over, it gets frustrating.
Yeah, it adds up. Yeah, again, I'm not one for characters having movement creep, right, unless it's very minor, it really doesn't affect the overall game, and it doesn't stack, right? I know things were like the Saurians, the little creatures, they were a thing, but as she says, it starts to stack, right? And when it starts to stack, they become points of contention and frustration, right? I think that's a fair point to take. But imagine make Saurian's adventure. You're not allowed to light colour, only black and white, and for food, only stale bread with water, right? You know, it has to look a certain way, otherwise it's a kid's game, right? I really don't like that attitude, I don't. Hey, each to their own at the end of the day, but I just disagree with it massively.
First 3 regions, utterly beautiful, but even though I did pull for the first few 5 stars, I was left feeling a little let down. However, the rest of Natlan struck a better balance on those points. Och Natlan in particular was fantastic, so much fun to explore even without any of the traversal characters, and the Ancient Sacred Mountain was for me even better. The volcano's interior is in my top 5 favorite exploration experiences in the entire game. It's become very hard to separate people's feelings toward Natlan as a whole from any specific subsection. That discussion became so divisive that most people reduced their perspective down to either I loved Natlan or I hated Natlan, and all of the interesting nuance gets lost. I feel like
it's the gacha space. Nuance is not allowed.
Many of the rough edges in Genshin's exploration come from the connection between exploration and rewards, and the limited time exploration events added in Natlan are a perfect microcosm. Even without gacha involved, many gamers have long been conditioned to view exploration as a means to an end. They expect a tangible reward for any effort they put in, maybe a piece of information, or even some powerful equipment, something.
I said this. Most of the time, it's not about equipment and it's not about information. It's about pulls. 90% of the time, right? That's what it's about. It's about, do I get some primer gems or asteroid or aura barrels? If I don't, what the fuck am I even doing this for? And it's such a, sometimes for me, it's such a bit of an oxymoron, because people within the space, they look for the new open world RPG gacha experience, but then lament about how they have to explore the world to get rewards and stuff, and that if they're not getting rewards, they've got no interest in exploring the world. And I'm like, so why are you so attracted to the new open world game now? Because that's the whole point of open world games, right? Is the exploration. And I'll be here to say, like, I'm fine with having rewards for exploring in terms of pulls. That's great. Cool. I love how Enfield does it. But for me, I want other stuff as well. Little puzzles to find, cool little Easter eggs, you know what I mean? Just little experiences. Maybe if it's like a little tiny little side quest or something like that, or a character that you wouldn't have met otherwise. It's like, oh, it's a quirky little character that was in this little area, or, you know, just like little set pieces and stuff. For me, that's how you can really introduce cool exploration. Because yeah, it just fascinates me that your gacha players will be like, you know, I don't know, something like Limbus. I want to play that. Something like, whatever. It's a linear game. I don't want to play linear games, man. I want a cool fucking world like Wuthering Waves or Genshin. And then a game comes along and they're like, I don't want to fucking explore the world. Give me my pulls, bro, and let me fucking pull for my characters. I'm just like, such a interesting aspect, I think, of the gamer, of the modern gamer, you know what I mean?
Which will make a material difference to their experience in the game. Gacha currency plays this role in Genshin, which makes it even harder for some people to comprehend that anyone would actually want to spend their time exploring things, and the quality of life features designed to streamline exploration can actually lessen the experience for those who don't want them. Even if the developer
Guys, like, she's spitting. Like, this is exactly my points when it came to freaking Laharoy. This was exactly my points. And people, don't get me wrong, the first video was badly framed, I admit, right? But people just couldn't seem to try and, well, I think what it was that they couldn't. They didn't want to. They refused to. Because in their head, there was like, bro, I want to fucking fly around the world as fast as possible. Fuck the exploration. in an open world exploration game. But you know, I'm relating so hard here. I am relating so hard.
Developers avoid the trap of breaking the incentive structures which lead to good world design. The soul of the game is already corrupted, twisted to trigger FOMO wherever possible, which leads to people's race to harvest these rewards and devalue the experience itself. Those exploration reward events
Exactly what I was saying in my video before. She just says it a lot more eloquently and concise.
Are the clearest example yet of those manipulative incentives, since they actively punish you for taking your time. Instead, you're pushed towards the culture, which leads to people using interactive maps as a checklist, skimming through the world as quickly as they can to farm for pulls. This perspective naturally leads to complaints about anything which makes the experience anything less than flawlessly convenient. I do not want any of that. I want a world which feels alive, which gives me that feeling of discovery. Genshin
Yeah, I agree. And so many people were to me, you'll just never get there in a gacha game. Well, maybe you're right, but we should want that, right? And this is when I was making comparisons and I was talking about GTA, but I was making the point of separating that when you have open world games, you tend to have two experiences. The exploration experience, where you've got this beautiful world to go and explore and collect things and enjoy a story within that world, and it should encourage you to want to go to places. But typically, you go to that place maybe once, right? Unless there's something for you to go back to get again. And then you have a sandbox experience where it gives you this world that you're just playing. It's less about the exploration, although there is that element to it, but it's more about having fun and doing things over and over again in this thing like GTA. And I remember a lot of people, when I brought up GTA, they was like, what the fuck is he even bringing up GTA? People couldn't understand how I was trying to say there's two different worlds, and that typically gacha games are not sandbox experiences. They're the exploration experience. So they really should give good exploration experiences. And sometimes when you make that meaningless through insanely powerful utility, the exploration's taken away, and then you can't fall back on the sandbox experience because they're not designed like that, right? Where in a sandbox open world, you can have all the crazy utility you want, right? Because that's the point. You just, it's a theme park inside the world, right? You're just playing around, flying by, makes sense, right? I can fly around the world and do all this mad stuff. Exploration game, you know, I'm not going to be zigzagging around the world that often unless I'm going to collect something. And yeah, I just think it kind of removes a lot of the enjoyment for me personally.
Best manages that more than many other games, and in retrospect, I think these events were a step in the wrong direction. And finally, Not Cry. Overall, I've been pretty happy with it, even though every aspect has its downsides. The whole place has a barren beauty which is stunning at times, and the music is of course sublime. There's a density and variety to the points of interest, which means any time spent exploring always feels rewarding, and the world feels alive thanks to all the little interactions between the animals and robots and magical beings all over the place. But on the other hand, the backdrop to Lauma's domain really emphasized just how stunning this region.
Holy shit, the word box just... Dude, that's what I'm saying. But that works, right? That shit works in GTA. You know, having a flying bike in GTA, even though it got fucking annoying sometimes when you were just trying to do certain stuff in the open world and some dickheads flying around trying to nuke you from the air. But that's GTA, right? That's GTA. But, like, stuff like that works in GTA because it's a sandbox. You're supposed to be just doing dumb stuff most of the time and making your own fun, right? Less so in an exploration world for me.
Could have been if they had,
because what it means is you have to stretch the world to fit the utility then.
A little more variety. That lush Nordic forest would have been
magical. Some of these environments are really
The mechanics sometimes feel unpolished, the traversal is a step back compared to the best of what came before, and the puzzles have been even easier. I suspect it's also been a bit of a disappointment for the loreologists. The Archon quests finally brought all the previous lore front and center, but while exploring, I swear I've seen far fewer of those puzzle pieces throughout the world. And, of course, it's undeniably small, an archipelago which feels less expansive than Inazuma, and which has fewer expansions as well. You can really tell just how dense it's had to be when even simple puzzles lead to multiple chests at once, a far cry from the more sparse rewards in previous regions. As I mentioned earlier, the map size doesn't matter to me in the same way it used to. I care far more about the quality of the exploration, and while I feel they may have overcorrected on density and the simplicity of traversal, it's been an enjoyable experience overall, though I do wish they had the confidence to add some more challenging puzzles, and I would not have complained if it had been much bigger. I think it's pretty clear that Not Cry's biggest innovation is the new treasure compass, which finally means exploration can work well for both people who are here to explore.
She's saying compass, yeah. Obviously it's just the way she says it. I was like, she means compass, right? And she's saying compass. I was like, is that like a certain pass and it's called the compass? I'm guessing she's saying compass, yeah.
And the polar
I'm just being
opposite to
stupid, I
find
think.
exploration an annoying chore. In games where tools like the compass are available too early, the devs have no incentive to take care with how they place things in the world. It takes time and skill to make something artificial feel natural, and time is
Yep, this is true. Again, another thing, right? That visual design elements can push a player towards going to search for something if done well without being a yellow painted line. Go up there and cross there, that's how you get there. You can have visual directions through a good environmental design, right? Whether it be in an internal exploration experience where the lights are set up in a certain way on the ceiling, or something that works within the environment that kind of like focuses your eye line towards something. You're like, oh, let's go over there. It's like, it's more of an instinctual experience rather than, okay, it's pointing me, I've got to go right there. That's the sort of game design that makes worlds feel really good as well.
extremely valuable in the games industry. It's far cheaper to scatter rewards across the landscape with no thought to whether their placement makes sense and rely on the players using their power tools to hoover up all the rewards. But when a game does that, for those of us who don't want to use the
Dude, I feel like these videos baiting me to talk about the bike too much. Again, I remember when I said you do the jump in the air and hoover up all the materials. People's like, what do you want? Do you want to actually have to go collect them? It's like, well, I'd kind of want to be encouraged to, yeah? If the world was interesting, maybe.
power tools, the experience feels awful. By limiting the compass's abilities at first, the devs still have to take care when placing points of interest, so the incentive to craft a well-designed world remains in place. But by progressively unlocking greater detail, those who just want to skip past and find everything are able to do so far more easily. I've seen some people say there's literally no exploration anymore because of the compass, but I disagree thanks to those incentives. I suspect this feeling comes more from the smaller map instead, and if Hoya were to take the same approach in a much larger region, it would feel very different. Though, that said, it would be even better if they gave us control over which level of compass ability is active, so that people could just continue using the more basic version if they wanted to. When it comes to Snezhnaya, I noticed a couple of moments in the recent livestream where they said things like a map of this scale, which can be taken as a potential hint that the map will be as big as people hope. And that one vital improvement, which can make the biggest difference, the new treasure compass feels like it might allow them to
Is
make...
this just something for the cutscenes, or can you ride a train around the place? Is it like a train to catch?
Snezhnaya huge while keeping the people who dislike exploration happy, because after all, at its highest level it removes almost all the effort. If they do that right, in the end, the size doesn't matter. Instead, the key to making Snezhnaya a success is bringing the best of everything which came before and learning the right lessons from the players' reactions in the past. Personally, I hope we can have a nation which feels huge and vibrant and fresh, with genuine challenge and maybe even some moments where the world itself feels hostile once more. I wish we'd get some difficult puzzles that require some genuine thought to solve. We need traversal which feels engaging and interesting without removing...
For me as well, I'd like that bit of difficulty as well, but I like a bit of variety, but I also like it where you... Not so much you have to spend a lot of time on them, but sometimes multifaceted puzzles. Right, too often in gacha games, it's like, turn this, done. You know, get that in the right angle, done. Move this thing here, done, kind of thing. You know, Enfield's the same, right? In terms of, like, the little fucking SOS things that you fix. Like, I like it sometimes when there's a little bit of, like, okay, I moved this thing over here, I've done this, I've connected that, now I need to go over here and figure this thing out. They're the sort of puzzles that I find interesting, where they might not be the most difficult, but, you know, they still take a bit of working out, but they've also got different elements to them at the same time as well. But yeah, definitely, I think more of these games, I wish they wouldn't be afraid to have a little bit more difficulty in some of this stuff. I think where they have to start doing is they have to offer different rewards for them, right, and separate the pull count, because I think then that's probably the best way you're going to attempt to please as many people without pleasing everybody, because you're never going to do that. Because at the end of the day, if there's something that's even slightly difficult, even if it's got nothing to do with the count progression or the characters you pulled, and it's just genuinely take a moment and think about what you're doing here, and there's a couple of pulls locked behind it, you know what people are going to say? They're going to get mad and be like, I'm missing out on pulls here because I can't do it right.
So much friction that we lose all sense of place. And as always, I want variety, with the colour and creativity which mark the best of Tevat so far, and hidden places to uncover buried deep beneath the snow filled with new mysteries for people to uncover. I'd hope that even if they do deliver something that ambitious and which focuses on exploration, the people who don't enjoy would still have a good time. The compass and the traversal would be key to that. My biggest copium is that perhaps the reason Natlan and Notcry had fewer maps is that Hoyo World design teams had been shifted to make Snezhnaya absolutely incredible. The spanner in the works there is, again, the limited rewards we get per patch and the percentage completion event. Even if the map is large, it would be a big surprise if we get significantly more rewards, but as long as the distribution is reasonable, even a larger map could work for everyone now. It's possible that they give us a dense but confined...
For me, it's all about just how well designed it is, right? It's about how well designed it is, friction, elements within the map, and the size itself really doesn't matter at the end of the day. You can have an incredibly small map that's incredibly dense and can take just as long to get through everything as there is in a large map, right? Take out maybe moving from A to B that's nothing to do. But yeah, I think I am definitely more about multifaceted, multi-layered, smaller maps than just vapid open spaces. But again, there's that middle ground, right, where sometimes scope feels good to crest a hill or a cliff in a video game and to see that expansive vista before you. It's a pleasurable experience, right? It's just then you've got to make sure that's filled with a good amount of stuff so the game doesn't suffer just for that first impressions of, wow, that looks fucking cool, but to have it filled with stuff as well, right?
World and use the Paimon barrier to block off the wider wilderness. They might keep the rewards in confined areas and make the wilds open to us but completely barren of anything of interest. I hope they give us a wide and beautiful world we can lose ourselves in instead. So, why would I say size doesn't matter even though I still want to lose myself?
If your missus says that, she's lying.
An exploration. It's because what I really want is a world which builds the illusion that exists for its own sake, with places within it which are worth finding. Snezhnaya...
And if she says that as well, that's when you should be like, damn, really? Shit. And I thought, I didn't think it was that bad. Was it? Is it really? Damn. I'm a grower, not a shower. Anyway, I'll stop.
Could be an endless barren snowscape with far-flung towns connected by lonely locomotives, with all the points of interest clustered around the isolated points of warmth. Or its reputation could have been a facade, an illusion to distract the gods, with the real region far smaller than we expect. Many people hoping for that first one would be bitterly disappointed by the second. While I can sympathize, as long as the journey is one which sparks that sense of adventure, I still enjoy it in the end. Until next time.
Yeah, agree. I agree with everything in this video. Again, as I say, when it comes to an open world, right, it's supposed to be about the journey. Otherwise, what's the fucking point of having an open world? It's supposed to be about the exploration. It's supposed to be about the traversal. There should be a bit of a friction to it for me. Otherwise, you should be really creating a sandbox experience a bit more, in my opinion. Now, everybody feels differently, right? This is my opinion. But when you go for an open world experience and then kind of reduce the world to window dressing, that for me is a failure of design. Now, some people might like it because they get the, whoa, wee, look at me doing flippy flips and barrel rolls and I'm flying and I'm doing all this cool, look how cool it looks. But for me, that's the sort of stuff, personally, that in small bouts is cool, right? But it dramatically falls off really quickly. And it's just like, okay, I've just got this space that I don't care about anymore because it was specifically designed to be a skate park for the skateboard, and the skateboard's kind of boring now. You know what I mean? And then I don't want to be in the skate park anymore, and the world becomes boring. And at that point, I'm like, I could be having a much richer experience in a lot more condensed linear experience then. Again, and that's what I say. I'm fascinated by the amount of people who continually are seeking the next open world gacha game and hate exploration. It's just a really interesting thing, right? You know, because there's the non-open world experiences, but yeah, I don't know. It's but yeah, then again, each to their own, right? Each to their own. But guys, this was a great video actually. Osiris does make great videos. It's been a while since we've watched one of her videos. We're gonna drop that a like. If you haven't already, go check her out. Makes great content, and I pretty much agree with everything in this video. For me, size doesn't really matter. It's about the journey. That's what it's about, and I like to have a bit of friction, and I like to enjoy my exploration. Otherwise, what the frick are we doing? I could just go play a linear game then at that point, right? So yeah, let me know what you guys think down below, man. And that was a That was a good one. All right, let's play some Limbus, guys. That went on for longer than it should have done, actually. Let's play some Limbus. Let's do it. We'll close down some of these tabs here. Put that over there. Canto 4, baby. Canto 4. Apologies for the delays there. Apologies for the delays. And that was a really good video, though. I'm glad I watched that in the end. It's one that's been it's been waiting for me to check out. And surely the point is how many pools I can reach before. Right? Right? Exactly right. That's the main gameplay loop. I need less game in my game and more dopamine gambling aspects. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. Some people want open world, you don't want the world. Right? It's such an interesting thing. And don't get me wrong, you know, I think even as somebody who enjoys exploration sometimes, there can be that part where you're like, oh, I wouldn't mind this being a bit quicker. That's, you know, typically in a lot of games, that's where things like TPs and teleports and stuff like that come in. And utility in moderation as well can really help out with that, Barney. Yeah, I don't think I have found myself in Enfield yet, finding myself being like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to go from A to B. Like, to the point where I have still yet to, apart from in certain areas of the game, build out my zip lines. I just ain't bothered. I don't need to, because I'm that guy. I kind of enjoy just rocking about the map. I've set it up in certain routes, you know, where you do your deliveries. But even in a bunch of the areas, I still ain't done that. I've got no desire to do it. Well, no, I'm the minority there. I think that was a really good thing to have, though. That's a good way of doing utility for me, for exploration. It's a zip line, because it's restrictive. You can only travel on the set path you've created, right? But it also allows you to get from point A to point B a lot quicker. I got some Lunashi. Lunashi in the mail, have I? Alright. Let's go. Give me that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. AK updating like 5 minutes away to just watch and play. Nice. New event, isn't it? New event, right? Who needs exploration when you have the magic hell bus, right? I just think open world in gacha is so oversaturated that players are just bored of exploring. Yeah, possibly, yeah. Pink. I don't disagree with that. Again, I think this is why, for me at the moment, like, I've been playing less and less NTE, if I'm honest. Even though NTE offers something different enough. Like, I've got this, I've got Arknights, and I've got Enfield. Like, I've started, because for a while I haven't really played many traditional games over the last, like, 8 months. I've started playing games again. I've been jumping back into Final Fantasy 14. I know it's like the Temu version of Warframe as well. I do plan to start Warframe again, but I've been playing a bit of First Descendant again recently. I've been playing some Metal Gear Solid. You know, I've been playing Alabaster Dawn. You know, I've started buying more RPGs again, which I'm planning to jump into soon. So, yeah, it's I can understand that sentiment. You know, this is why I say to people, try all the games. Try all the games, you know. You don't have to get the new shiny open world gacha game. Because you're already getting, if you're enjoying the game, try it out, right? But you don't need to main 3 open world gacha games. Try something else. You know, that's why it's nice to have different, because you really, gacha itself is the monetization, right? But it's a genre in itself, right? Because games are styled in a way, they're built in a way to fit gacha. But at the same time, you can be playing, you know, a game like Zenless Zone Zero, which is akin to an action beat-em-up, more linear game. Then have something like Wirral or Enfield, which is a open world, beautiful game with great combat and expansive experience. And then you can come to something like Limbus or Arknights, where you've got a little bit more of a focused, very much more linear, specific journey with a lot more strategic style of combat. Yeah, I think too many people just want to keep playing the same game over and over and over, and then get really burnt out with them quickly, don't they? It's one of my big worries about Azure Familiar. Like, they're doing some cool stuff, But I'm like, if you play Genshin, NTE, Enfield, and Wuhan, I feel like you've probably played Azure Premiere, right? It kind of looks like it's going that way. I'll try it out myself as well, but I think I might fall into the same place of Azure Premiere where I'm just like, unless it's really good, which is why now the games have just got to be much better, right? I fear this is what might be NTE's downfall over time. Is at the minute it's a new experience in terms of being urban, right? But is it doing anything better than prior? Now you got different experience in NTE, which might be different enough just to separate itself. But then we've got an Ant to come in, and who knows how many more games are going to do the same sort of thing as well, because we've got fucking 15 Genshins coming out in the next few years, right? So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 5 years we've got 6 urban gacha games that are all doing a very similar thing, right? I'm ready to hear you playing the first Descendant again. I know. I don't know why I did it. I was just like, do you know what it is? I should download the Division again. That's what I should do. That's what I should do. Because I love that experience, and it's not the same experience, but it's a little bit more akin. Like, don't get me wrong, I really like Warframe. I think I just prefer more grounded combat experiences. I do. Honestly, I do. I really do. I think it's the reason why I love Enfield's exploration, right, compared to something like Wuthering Waves, is because it's a lot more grounded. I like that experience a bit more. I do. It's a bit more up my alley. The trappings of an oversaturated market, yeah. While NT has some cool things with anomalies, its daily gameplay is incredibly static. Yeah. I reacted to a Sunil video where I disagreed with a lot of what he got to say, but I mulled over certain things, and I was like, I might make a video, a follow-up video to NT, but I need to respect it and give it more hours. I haven't given it enough hours. My man wears AK. On my hard drive. It's not gone anywhere. Dude, I'm just really liking Limbus at the minute, and I want to lock in for Chapter 14. I don't want it to be broke up by multiple other streams. So once we start Chapter 14, we're going to do a good bunch of Chapter 14. We might even do all in one go as well, actually. I'm not promising that, but I definitely want to try and lock into it a little bit more. Well, I think people should play what they want. Literally anything else is better than an Exxon game. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Look, I can't disagree. I can't disagree. It was just, you know, sometimes you just got an itch and a voice kicks in, you know? You know what I mean? Should I have an extra point? Shouldn't really. I've already had 5. Go on, then. You know, it's kind of one of those moments. I think I heard Ken's heart shatter right now. I know, yeah. Flix is fuming, I bet. I think that's why Limbus and AK stand out so much, though. Exactly. Agree. I think that's why they're, like, underrated gems that have cult fan bases, right? Take your time. Chapter 14 is probably the longest chapter right now. Yeah. And each, if you considered watching that area. maybe I should. I might need to. Maybe I've got to. Is it bad? Alright. Let's go. Man, I need a new boom on, man. This fucker's getting creaky. When I took a closer look at the revived foes after the battle, I could see a liquid of a familiar hue flowing from their eyes. This is what the bull had, right? It just got to the point where it's revived all of those guys, right? But they're not like how when we get revived, right? They seem like fucking zombies, don't they?
단테, 주위에 황금가지가 느껴지나요? 황금가지는 동백이라는 자에게 꽂혀 있었지만
I can't find her corpse anywhere. Must have been moved away when the space twisted. But it can't be too far away, I'm sure of it. I can feel it.
동랑 씨도 보이지 않아요.
죽은 동백과 같은 위치에 있을 가능성이 높겠어요.
지금까지 저희는 자아심도를 동시에 경험했어요. 아마 단테 씨의 그 친밀함이라고 해야 할까요?
무슨 되지도 않는 소리야. 친밀?
Because of the connection to Dante, then I guess maybe that it's the process is a little bit different when things change because of it.
결속을 말하시는 건가요?
Do you mean the chains binding us?
네, 그 결속에 대한 영향 중 하나였던 거죠. 그럼 동랑님 같은 분이 자아심도에 도달하면 어떻게 되는 건가요?
그거야. 이제부터 알아보러 가면 되지 않겠는가?
It's just always so like, it's okay. We will sort it. I'm a hero. I still think it's wild that Donrang let Samjo just like melt himself pretty much.
일단 저들부터 해치우세라.
Bro went in with so much confidence. It was just like, all right, I guess I'll leave it. Now I'm hungry for some junk food because of you guys. I was good yesterday, chat. I was good. Because, obviously it's been the 30 days since we've had no sugar. And Rosie was like, she had a bit of a stressful day at work. And she was like, I'm going to grab a... I'm going to go to the shop, grab a beer from the shop. She was like, do you want to fancy taking me to the shop? I was like, go on then. And she's like, do you want one? And I was like, no. Get me a couple of non-alcoholic beers. I'll have a couple of non-alcoholic beers. Because I got 0 sugar, the Heineken ones. So I was a good boy. I was a good boy, chat. Rosie wasn't. She was naughty. They kept telling him it was a stupid idea, but Sanjol craved full time. He knew he was a great swimmer. Speaking of, do you know what? I had 2 gym memberships until not long ago. Because like I got to my one gym for training, and then the other gym for swimming. Because the gym at that other one's crap, the one that's got the swimming pool. It was like 50 quid a month, and me and Rosie was both using it, so it was 100 quid a month. But like we really weren't using it that often. So it was just like, I can't really justify spending 100 quid a month when we're going like not that often. Like, at first we was going all the time, but then we stopped going so much. Like recently, and I did get an email off on the other day, and I was like, I want to go swimming again, man. Like, I do enjoy going swimming. So I could get to the other one that's nearby, but it's like you can only go like off-peak times there because like they have schools and stuff and lessons and everything, and it's like so you have to pay. You don't have to pay a monthly thing; you just pay when you go, but you can't go all when you want. So I remember this. I remember this, chat. So I don't know whether to maybe just try going there when I feel like going. Cause I'm worried about. Yeah, I'll let her finish. I'm worried about signing back up. Just to waste money and I only go a couple of times a month, you know what I mean? Oh man, I want to go for a swim. Yeah, right, Wiseman? It's the best. It really is. Pardon? It's right it is. What do you say? Fragile. Bro, our animations are insane. Like, he kind of wants me to get new characters. Like, I'm probably going to start going for newer characters when I can, right? But I'm not going to start using them just yet. Because obviously, I want to experience as much of the original experience as possible. But at the same time, I do want to get the units, man. So when I can start using them, I've got them. And plus, they look cool, you know. I'm a sucker for a good VFX and a good animation, I am. If you switch your art on the character selection screen, she stops doing that sound effect after... How do I do that? How do I do that? What do I need to do? On the character selection screen? Yes, please. Because that's horrible. So what? Oh, on the character selection. So when you actually go into a stage. You want to make where you actually go into a stage? Getting a team that synergizes is better for the art. The up-tie art. Hold on, so what do? So I'll go on here and put it on this. Oh my days. If this is true, you're a lifesaver. I think he just made that up. Oh, is he trolling? Are you trolling? Let's try. If that works, brilliant. She still does it though. No, that's just a voice line usually. Half it works. I have no idea if it's a real thing. I hope it is. Me too, cause I have. Oh damn! I didn't put my middle on, did I? I have no idea why they chose to do that. Obviously, I know you guys said there's a connection there, but for me, it's like, bruh, you know, it's. Did I get one guide? Genuine local. Yo, cheese. What's up, bro? Welcome to the stream, Bucko. How you doing, man? You good? I hope you're telling the truth. I hope you're telling the truth. I really do. Oh, if I'm not mistaken now, genuinely didn't want to troll, but I heard it from many people. No, it's all good anyway. It is what it is, right? Hey, listen. One thing with me, as long as it's a little bit of a light-hearted, I don't mind people having a laugh in this chat, man, and winding me up. It's all good. Not saying you are, but even if you do, trust me, you come in my Discord server, it's everybody just bullies me pretty much, so, you know, don't worry about it. Hell no, bro, live thanks. It's not too bad, dude, not too bad. Just waiting for the weekend, man. I'm just looking forward to the weekend now, I'm not gonna lie. Quite like my eardrums being scratched by nails. It's okay, chat exists to spread misinformation, right? Well, I need you guys to do it as well. I do plenty myself, right? Can I rip slice? No. Nobody Bix deserves it. It's true. It's true. One day, buddy, one day. How's Canto 4 so far? Loving it. Loving it. Favourite boss fight in the game so far. With, what's the face, Dong B. It was amazing. I really enjoyed it. I genuinely really enjoyed it. It was actually genuinely like a thrilling experience, which is something that doesn't happen often in this type of combat in a game, right? Yeah, the misfortune of being an Aussie. I wish I was sometimes, man. At least I get nice weather. Weather in this country that recently, the last few days, man, been so bipolar. I don't know if I left the eating on last night. The timer was set because so hot in the night. It's going from sunny days to matrix sky to wind to rain to hail. Lies! Lies! It was all lies! Good news, you smells like that feeling again next Canto. Well, that's good then. This is very unideal, right? Like it's... I hope they patch that, honestly. Because I don't know why. Are we at a dungeon, are we? Oh, look, we're in a... Dude, I love the visual storytelling as well. Yeah, like this is where we've got into that other space, right? We're up here, and then the space is transformed. I really like the stage storytelling. I think it's done really well. They aren't going to patch that, do you reckon? I'm inclined enough, maybe they'll patch it out and give us free lunacy. Right, I need a selector. It's that bad. It's that bad. I need a selector and a public apology. Otherwise, I'm not happy. Suppress the dungeon boss. This dungeon, you may not select a support identity for Yi-Sang. Yi-Sang must always participate in battles. Well, that's okay then, because my team's already got him in the team, so that's okay. That's okay. Fits. Nah, we're okay because the team fits, right? The team fits. Yeah, we're good. We're good.
아비들도
If it's too perfectly, they can't change it. Sounds like nails on a chalkboard. It's just... Even if the volume's turned down a bit, I'd take that. You know. The PM. Oh, did he? Okay. Now we need that. We need to force him to stream every day. Sorry, until he's like, yeah, I've got to change that. Okay. As we approach the center of the Golden Bow's resonance, I noticed scattering piles of yellow. With the twisting space, petals were wavering.
저 너머에 이상 씨의 자심도가 있는 거군요.
Come on, let's get in.
와, 이곳을 다시 오게 될 줄 진짜 몰랐는데 황금가지라는 것 때문인가? 아니면 네 덕분인 걸까, 이상?
When we got there, Donrang greeted us merrily.
아늑하네. 여긴 어디였어, 이상 씨?
유일하게 숨을 쉴 수 있는 곳이요.
There are stacks of paper on the desk.
보통 이런 건 우리 같은 손님들을 보고 읽으라고 놓아두는 거지.
Is this when they were a little team? Isan quietly picks up a stack. I couldn't begin to imagine what thoughts his face may have suggested as he silently read the letters on them.
언젠가 내가 썼던 편지 그리고 형식은 극본이구려.
그렇다면 이는 연기자만큼의 수가 배부되어 있다고 보는 것이 합당하다.
하면 아무도 없는 것이 아니라 기다림이었던 것이겠소.
이거 아무래도 분위기상 우리가 낭독을 해야 할 것 같지? 어쩌면
Maybe not then.
동백이 올지도 모르겠어, 이상. 만약 동백이 죽기 직전에 이 공간 뭐라 불러야 할지 모르겠네. 아무튼 공간의 입구가 열렸다면 말이야. 동백의 의식이 같이 휘말렸을 수도 있겠네, 우리처럼.
Oh, so even though she's physically departed, her consciousness might be still in this space then.
동백을 찌른 연유는 무엇이오?
생각보다 너무 미적거리더라고. 뭐 이렇게 끝맺는 말이 필요한 거야?
She hesitated too much.
연유를 말하시오.
아니, 너도 알았잖아, 이상. 그 상태의 동백은 죽음을 바로 맞이할, 그것도 고통스럽게 흐드러져 버릴 상태였다는 걸. 그러니 분노를 머금고서도 내게 뱉어내지 못하는 거잖아.
Okay.
어차피 거기서 거기였으니.
I feel like he's gaslighting us.
이번 자아심도는 이전과는 다른 방식으로 나타나려나 보군요. 자아심도는 누군가의 마음이 구현화된 장소 혹은 형상,
Okay. All right.
그로부터 나오는 에너지는 강력하고 복잡해서 수감자 외 이상시와 깊이 관련이 된 주위 사람까지
So it's a
끌어당길 수
manifestation
있죠.
of his thoughts, feelings, and mind, and she's potentially become entangled with it as we are physically here. Her consciousness, should I say?
그래? 그러니까 시덥잖은 이 연기를 할 광대놈들이 여기까지 끌려왔다. 맞지?
추측일 뿐이지만 네, 그럴 것 같네요. 각자의 역할에 맞게 최선을 다하는 수밖에 없겠죠.
못한다면?
자아심도에서 표출하려는 형상이 망가져서 결과적으로는 황금가지로 도달하지 못하겠죠. 원본, 즉 이상씨가 가지고 있는 실제 기억과
Right. Okay.
최대한 유사하게 흘러가야 한다는 뜻입니다.
좋아. 완벽하게 알아들었다고. 그러니까
뭐야?
Mixed feelings on Donga here, mostly negative but sadness as well.
내 내겐 돌연적으로 혹은 우연적으로 혹은 숙명적으로 함께하게 된 이들이 있었지.
그 말 멋있네.
그러게 왜 문 앞에 얼간이처럼 서 있는 거니?
Oh, there she's before. We see her as now, right? Where she was looking a little bit worse for wear.
뭐? 얼간이? 잠깐. 넌 아까
사람
소리
얼굴을
봐.
그렇게 뚫어지게 봐? 죽은 사람 보는 것처럼? 왜? 새삼 멋있어 보이니?
맞아요, 감룡. 촌뜨기 같이 굴지 마요. 이름값이라도 하고 싶은 거예요?
이 새끼가 지금 뭐야?
그게 아니라 히스클리프 씨 대본이에요, 대본. 제가 집은 종이에는
Sinclair's already on it.
말이에요.
뭘 그렇게 자기들끼리 속닥거려?
그게 말이야, 동백.
So is that literally her
감룡이가
consciousness? So does she believe?
우리가
Does her
어떻게
consciousness still
사이에
believe
모이게
she's there?
되었는지
Does it?
회상을 하고
Like,
있어서.
I mean, that this is real. That she's not there. Like these are like of the realization of where they are. Because she died, her consciousness doesn't. I'm assuming. Or is that not truly her consciousness and just something created in this space?
아, 괜히 거슬리네. 야, 그 이름 부르지 마라.
좋네요. 감룡이도 항상 그렇게 말하곤 했거든요. 자기 본명으로 부르지 말라고.
당신이 말할 순번이요, 상어.
그러니까 우리의 고향 에스사는 알다시피 많은 것이 망가지고 변하고 있는 격동의 상태였다. 허울 좋은 말만 늘어놓는 윗선의 몽상과들과 부패한 탐관오리들 때문에 민생과 경제는 매일같이 불안정하며 일그러졌고, 날개 간의 협약, 취직, 그 무엇 하나 보장해주지 못한 채 우리같이 지식을 추구하고 공부하려 하던 연구원들은 간단한 나사못 하나를 구하는 것조차 벅찬 상황이었지. 그때 영지 형이 우리를 불러 모았다.
Brother Young G.
아, 이상과 동백이는 제가 불렀잖아요. 같은 동네에서 자랐으니까요.
그래, 영지 형과 동랑이 우리를 불러 모았다.
제가 말했어요. T사라는 날개는 한창 눈부신 기술의 발전이 이루어지고 있는 곳이라 기계와 기술의 발명에 아낌없는 지원을 하고 있다고. 그러니 부품들을 구하는 건 일도 아니며 그곳의 사람들은 모두가 발명을 업으로 삼으며 살아간다.
I'm curious to see how Ryoshu's gonna handle this.
그래서 뜻이 맞는 자들끼리 함께 그 모든 위협을 무릅쓰고 맨몸으로 도망쳐 건너온 거랍니다.
모두의 바람대로 우리는 이곳에서 연구를 계속할 수 있었지. 비록 그 속의 색은 반납해야 했기에 보이는 눈부심은 없었지만.
As Mersault, or the League of Nine literature's member he played, he pointed out, I couldn't see any colour in this place. Even the flower just outside the window was devoid of colour, waving like a turbid blur.
T사에서는 색깔을 가진다는 것이 일종의 특권이에요.
Oh, I remember this. So this is what it's literally like. So, with that, again, talking about perception, is that literally, it's literally devoid of colour, or is it one's perception to perceive colour? Britain!
빼앗는다고요?
색깔은 곧 정체성이니까요. 유일성을 빼앗으려면 그것만큼 좋은 방법이 없겠죠. 그렇지 않나요?
You need to pay for colour. Yeah, like when you pay for it, are you literally paying for, you know, the colour itself, literally, or is it people can now perceive your colour? Colour is literally gone. Okay.
맞아요.
그리고 가진 것 없는 놈이 그나마 가지고 있던 무언가였기라도 하지.
True, yeah, true.
야, 아는 계속 떠들고만 있을 거니?
Okay, so I'm assuming she's literally a part of this rather than an individual, yeah.
오늘은 낭수래잖아. 잘 봐. 내가 기깔난
So
일을
she's echoing as well, right?
만들어 왔으니까.
Welcome to city-flavoured Britain. Colour is a luxury. As you enter Teacup, you can actually see the colour fade from the surroundings. Okay. It's expanded on later. Okay, okay.
보렴, 이전보다 잘 터지지 않니?
대체 왜 옛날부터 폭발이 아니라 폭죽에 집착했던 거예요, 동백 씨?
So what is this now? What is it? Is it like, what's it called now? Is this sepia?
여기서는 밤에도 대낮같이 환한 조명들이랑 증기연기 때문에 별이 안 보이잖아. 고향에서는 별이 진짜 예뻐서 다 같이 하늘 보는 재미가 있었는데.
Can't see the stars in the night sky thanks to the blinding lights and smokestacks. Man, it's like the Black Country back in the day, yeah?
심지어 색마저 없지. 우리가 있던 곳에서는 그나마 꽃의 색이라도 볼 수 있었는데. 그래서 이렇게라도 보고 싶어. 이것 봐. 비록 색이 없어도 보이잖아.
Man, that'd be horrible, wouldn't he?
따뜻한 색깔이라는 거.
아, 부끄럽네. 나는 이렇다 할 기술이 아직 없어.
그걸 그렇게 해맑게 말할 일이니?
길거리에 다친 동물들을 치료하는 것만 해도 시간이
Treating injured
모자라더라고.
animals on the streets.
고향에 두고 온 누렁이가 생각나서 발걸음을 못 대겠는 거 있지?
너를 엄청 잘 따랐는데 뭐가 좋다고.
Oh, it's crying?
어미한테 버려졌으니까 기대어 온기를 느낄 곳을 찾는 건 생물의 본능이야.
뭐 지금쯤이면 새끼를 뱃으려나?
아마 아닐걸? 수송아지였거든.
어?
Oh shit.
또 시작이네. 감룡, 네 외상값 받으려고 술집 주인이 또 찾아온 것 같은데 얼른 나가보지 그래?
뭐야 저 새끼들? 왜 여기까지 찾아온 거야?
황금가지와 이상 씨의 강한 공명으로 인해 K사 연구소 전체가 가지의 영향을 받고 있어요. 덕분에 저들도 같이 휘말렸지만 이상 씨와는 아무 고리가 없죠. 아무런 역할도 부여받지 못한 자들이기에 이곳을 훼손하려 할 거예요. 자아심도가 불안정할수록 더 심해지겠죠.
Okay.
그러니까 우리가 빨리 이곳에
Gotta get him
이야기를
out so he
진행해야
doesn't
된다는
ruin
거군요. 누구처럼 꿈을 대면서 종이에 적힌
Ruin the
대본대로 안
facade.
읽고 얼빵하게 헛짓거리를 할수록 더 많은 적에게 노려진다는 거잖아요.
Ishmael began to lightly limber up, cracking her joints.
그러니 일단은 눈앞의 적들에게 집중하죠.
Oh, little caveman. Yisang's level rises to 35. Yisang's uptie and thread spin tiers rise to tier 3. We were neither high flyers nor greedy vultures. We were merely children who loved technology. I do really like this, what they do. Oh, look at the kitty cat. Kitty cat, right. What they do with these visual sort of storytelling with the stage. I really like it. The play must go on, right? Yeah, fixed member. Let's go like that. Yeah, it's all right order, right? Yeah, then we can make that work. All right, to battle. To battle. Let's go. Yeah, man. To be fair, I respect it. Animal lover myself, but damn, that cow got more love than Samjo. Samjo out here. Well, not out here.
그려낸 대로
Samjo goop. Oh, Samjo.
이미 도달했다.
As long as we have Sinclair, everything's fine. Yeah. My hero. My guy. The main man.
그려낸 대로
The cow was cuter than Samjo. True. True.
공간을 뭉갠다.
Samjo looked like a cute cow.
순간이 다 들어
These are all valid. These are all valid. You know, I am that guy that if a film I see has an heavy emphasis on like a dog, I have to go to doesthedogdie.com before I can watch it. So I feel it. You know, I can watch a film. I can watch films with people getting butchered and gutted and maimed and mauled and everything. But if an animal gets hurt in it, I can't. Yeah, man. Not for me. I get stressed when I'm watching movies with an animal involved. Like, oh no! Please let the dog survive. So you couldn't watch John Wick? Do you know what? Never watched John Wick. I've pretty much seen every action scene in John Wick through YouTube. Never watched it. And that was the main reason I never watched the first one. It just became a thing that I just never got around to watching all the others. But that was exactly why I didn't watch the first one. There's such a site, I never knew. Yeah. Doesthedogdie.com. Doesthedogdie.com. Did I say does the dog die? What did I just say? Doesthedogdie.com. Yeah.
내가 시범을
이
보이지.
순간이 다 들어 베어내리라
Whereas the animal getting hurt has to have a point or yeah. And don't get me wrong, I have got better where I'm just like, it's not real. And I know it's not real. But it's just, yeah, man. It stresses me out. I like, you know, when you read online if something's happened to an animal and usually it's real life, I'm like, man, I have to go and cuddle my dog. It's like, oh, you know, I can't stand it, man. I hope you've been well since we conversed last.
바깥으로는 꽃이 피고 드문드문 새가 지저귀는 소리가 들리는구려.
Flowers outside and the birds chirp.
꽃 향기는 제멋대로
tree
풍겨지나
again, yeah.
그들이 한데 섞이면 그건 그것대로 퍽 달큰한 향기가 돼요.
They've got colour, haven't they?
그대도 맡아본 적이 있을지 모르겠어.
동백이는 항상 얼굴에 그늘이 져 보여서 신경이 많이 쓰였는데 낭수레에서 보여주는 것엔 언제나 웃음이 담겨 있는 것 같아 보기가 좋네. 우리에겐 못다한 웃음을 기술에서 대신 보여주는 거로 생각해도 되는 걸까?
Are you going to the picture stream?
뭐 자유롭게 생각하던가.
이상, 무슨 생각을 하고 있어? 네 표정은 항상 종잡을 수 없어. 그래서 늘 의중이 궁금하단 말이야.
지금껏 스쳐간 이들 또한 그대와 같은 물음을 던졌소.
I was aware brushed past now until now. That's the same question.
허나 언어로 명료히 내어놓기에 걸맞는 재주도 없었거니와 매끄러이 정리할 수 없을 정도로 묵지근하고 어지러워. 늘 백지를 건네고야 마는 것이 나의 대답이었지.
Figurative blank sheet of paper.
알잖소. 아무것도. 사실은 아무것도 아닌 게 아니었던 것 같소. 나는 파릇하게 흩날리고 싶었으며 서걱거리는 마음에 씨앗이 박히는 듯한 일렁임을 느끼곤 했지.
어때요?
제 연기는 볼만했나요?
Bro, you breaking character?
영지 형은 언제나 다정함이 넘치는 인물이었어. 누군가를 쉽사리 미워하거나 힐난하지 않았지. 그 점이 닮았어.
Notice as well that the tree outside had a bit of colour to it, and then just as his eyes closed, the colour vanished out of the tree just before he shut his eyes. Blossoming League of Nine Literatures. Yeah, I got Ryoshu. I don't have any of the House of Spiders units though, so she's not like cracked, like Giga cracked. Yeah, I do have her. Okay. Oh yeah, it's what's it? Isn't it so? What? Even is that peculum gulai? Okay. What does this do? Heal HP if they do that. Okay. All right. That's Canto's not built for the House of Spiders. She's really good without them, to be fair. Yeah, she's probably, well, she's doing the most damage on my team for sure. Apart from when she's choking clashes and throwing. But yeah, she, you know, pretty much 8 out of 10 stages she's ending with the most damage, right? I keep forgetting the logs actually. Prince. It happened while I was passing by a jungle. It was a dense green wilderness full of tall flowers and trees, as well as outlandish bees and butterflies. You can find all kinds of unfathomably strange creatures in a place like that. For example, that flower. It said a plant can normally move on its own. Once it takes roots, it stays there for the rest of its life. That's what I said once. That's what people consider a major difference between plants and animals. Those plants were like a pack of rabid beasts. A group of them charged at us, raising their teeth flowers like it was their head. Their roots morphed into limbs that no longer served the original purpose, and there didn't seem to be any space in their bodies for storing nutrients. Yet, those scrawny stems were hungrily seeking the missing sustenance, continually shoving things into the mouth despite being unable to absorb any of it. What an odd creature that was. They are freaky looking things, aren't they, actually? That motherfucker's good to fuck. That'll be enough to finish off that staggered one. It should be, right? It should be. Let's just put these on and then let's put these on, shall we? Make sure they win the clashes, right? Yeah, it should be, right? Should be enough of the one. Look at how gross these guys look up close. Yeah, they are odd looking things.
공간을 뭉갠다. 제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Ever seen a streamer take time? I actually do like attempt to learn as much as I can. It doesn't always work out because I as I'm streaming, I do have a massive streamer debuff, I do. I struggle to ingest information while I'm streaming. A broken K-cup drone is tumbling on the floor. I can only revive sinners where I can see the star, so in the meantime, we might be able to find an ampule to use if we search through it. Rummage through the drone. Well, I've got it right. I've got to rummage. Proceed. A sinner good at searching should be able to help. Who will be the most effective at the job? Glut advantage. Will that be, either of these two? Right. Let's do the job. To 20. Threshold's higher though, right? I suppose it makes a difference, really. It's about the same anyway, right? 6 over compared to 5 over. Oh, should win, right? Yeah, easy. Easy, easy, easy. Several wounds were left on Yi Sang's hands while rummaging through the wreckage. Fortunately, we were able to find a small ampule in it. After going through that trouble, the other sinners sighed at the ultimately pointless haul. We had to leave the room with my promise that I'll turn the clock for them next time. I had to leave the room with my... So wait a minute. When he said that there, they seen the star. Ego small ampule obtained. The limit to when he can do it. Believing ideal, man. Start of the turn, allies under 40% HP, 100% heal, 100% of max HP once per floor. Okay. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. This dungeon's the longest one so far, is he? Okay. Yo, guys, as well, if you're watching and you haven't yet done so, drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated.
이번에 내가 만든 흥미로운 것을 보여주고 싶었어.
영지, 이게 뭐야?
덧없이 지는 것이 세상에는 너무 많지 않아? 나비는 그저 가볍게 날아오르고자 했을 뿐인데 그 죄로 영영 삶을 떠나버려야 되는 건 너무 안타깝지 않은가 싶어서.
설마 죽은 것을 되살린 거야? 그런 기술은 머리에서 조약적으로 금기된...
아니요. 사체는 그대로이나 무언가 더 씌워졌구려.
맞아. 정확히 말하면 유리창이야. 창 안에서 나비는 이제 자유로워질 수 있는 거지. 연못을 건너려다 날개가 젖어버려도, 소나기에 잡혀 가루로 부서져도, 꽃을 찾지 못해 메말라 가더라도 나비는 멈추지 않을 거야. 그러다가 마침내
바다까지 건너게 되는 것이겠네요. 그렇게 되면 나비는 바다조차도 무섭지 않게 되는 걸까요?
That's quite beautiful. It's quite beautiful.
엄청나네, 영지. 이 기술 정도의 수준이라면 활용이 무궁무진하겠어.
영지, 정말 이 기술 낭소래만을 위해 만든 거 맞아?
그게 무슨 말이야?
각자의 생업에서 일을 마치고 시간을 짬짬이 내어 취미 삼아 만든 기술을 서로에게 보여주며 감상을 나누는 것. 그것이 우리 구인회가 가지는 낭수래의 의의이자 낭만 아니었어? 그런데 이 기술은 단순히 취미로 만든 것이 아닌 것 같은데? 너 설마 아직 그때 일 때문에...
동백은 그렇게 보는구나. 너의 견해도 궁금한데, 이상?
동랑의 말대로 이건 위대한 첫 발견이라 하여도 과언은 아니오. 허나 유리창에 성에가 낀다면 비친 대상도 똑같이 흐릿하게 보일 것이오. 따라서 유리창의 창살은 더 튼튼하고 반듯하게 만들어져야 할 테요.
So, when it's in there, is it just a you know, a recreation almost, or is it literally like its potential essence? Like, as a real real pretty line though.
이상, 너는 고작 한 번 보았을 뿐인데도 이것의 본질까지 꿰뚫고 있구나. 그런데 나한테는 도무지 방도가 떠오르지 않으니 이렇게 하는 게 어떨까? 이상, 너만의 방식으로 다시 만들어보는 거야.
나의 방식.
맞아. 다음 낭수회 때 말이야.
내가 유리창 같은 가치 있는 기술을 다루어도 괜찮은 것이오?
그게 아니야. 가치가 있기에 제안하는 거지.
Okay. Interesting.
내가 시범을
이
보이지.
순간이 다 배어내리 지금 이 기회. 다음은 어디요?
거기구나.
Dominating.
낮도 밤도 치.
Mirror tech.
배어낼 뻔.
Can't repass yet, can I?
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
이미 도달.
원망도 옅어지나.
승객 무력 확인.
이 순간이 닿도록 배어내리라.
She's going off. Oh, I can't repass. So close to ripping ass.
자는 없어.
모자라.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 준비.
다음은 어디요? 원망도 옅어지나.
Critical. Almost done with your hard mirror dungeon run. Picture fresh out the hospital, can't be ripping ass this much. Oh man, chat, it's a week today. A week today I can get back to the gym. Guys, you don't understand how excited I am about it, man. Like, I genuinely feel like I'm wasting away, man.
차원 파동 장갑. 충전 완료.
It's painful. It's painful, man. I'm can't wait. Last time we ripped ass this often, he got pink eye. True. True. It was the day after, right? We ripped a little bit too much ass that day. It's a good point.
그려낸 대로.
Music's getting good. Yo, what's up, Twilight? Man, if you get pink eye again, you can do Virgilius' cosplay. Oh, it's mad how quick that went away. Because I was looking at that like, one of those, hemorrhages, like, it usually says it takes about between a week to 3 weeks for it to clear up, because like, the blood just has to reabsorb into the body, right? But, it went pretty quick. I must be porous. I must have porous eyes, you know?
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
You naturally resting health, probably, yeah. Probably.
원망도 옅어지나.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
It is mad how a diet shift can change a lot though, because I must admit, you know, like removing processed sugar out my diet, it's insane how much better I feel. I feel so much better. Oh, these eggs. Please be careful. It might be an abnormality. Come to think of it, I was told that the underground lab K Corp set up also managed eggs from the L Corp branch. Oh, hey, is this thing twitching? As the sinner observed, an egg begins to move. What will we do? Touch the eggs, don't touch the eggs. Well, in a movie, we'd touch the eggs, wouldn't we? So, this is how you get your fucking face hugged. Considering our experiences with receiving gifts from abnormalities, we might just be able to get something to help with exploring the dungeon here. It'll be the most effective at the job, sloth advantage. That's our best bet, isn't it? Yisang's the best bet, right? It's Yisang. Oh, I thought I fell then. Whoa! Yisang touched the egg. It started glowing. Soon afterwards, it hardened and turned into a uniquely shaped gem. This looks worth taking. Yisang seemed rather tired. But there wasn't anything off about the body as far as we could see. We left the place with a gem in our possession. Selected identity lost 10 SP. Fuck. Ego gift piece of crumbled egg. Crumpled egg. Crumbled egg, sorry. Okay. A crumbled egg. Alright, cool. Just what I wanted. Just what I needed.
차원 파동 장갑. 충전 완료.
Many times I've rolled tails and rolls like this.
화기애애했네요.
잠깐 동안은 좋았어요. 꼭 여행이라도 온 것처럼. 고향을 버리고 새로운 곳을 찾았다 나오면 모든 게 괜찮아질 줄 알았는데.
It was not to be.
결국 어디든 간에 사람 사는 곳은 똑같더라고요.
오늘 장에 가서 수상한 걸 보았다.
정말 궁금한데 뭔데 상어?
이 발명품 감룡. 네가 구인에서 만들었던 것이 아닌가?
그런데 뭔 시장까지 탐방을 돌고 그래? 신뢰와 믿음으로 똘똘 뭉쳤던 우리 구인회 아니었나?
구인의 9구유를 잊었나 보군. 구.
멋지군.
요슈 씨, 대본에 없는 말하면 큰일 나요.
알아.
I just knew Rio should just be like, fuck this noise.
그걸 까먹겠냐? 구인의 내부로부터 만든 어떠한 기술도 외부에 유통하지 않는다. 특히 돈 냄새에 물들지 않도록.
Okay. So we hoard the tech. We make the tech and hoard the tech.
그런데 엿새 안에 연구실 방세를 내지 않으면 모조리 차압한다는데. 그럼 뭐 어떻게 할까? 뭐라도 해야 할 거 아니야. 우리가 공장에서 버는 돈으로는 입에 풀칠이나 겨우 하는 판인데 연구를 하고 싶다는 일념으로 빈털터리 몸만 갖고 S사에서 건너온 우리가 대체 뭔 돈을 내서 방세를 내냐고.
True.
틀린 말은 아니다. 우리에게 과세가 유독 더 부과되는 것도 S사에서 넘어왔다는 딱지 탓이지.
Oh damn, because we're migrants we have to pay higher taxes.
사실상 우리가 정기적으로 낼 수 없는 액수를 그들은 요구하고 있다.
돈은 내가 지불할 수 있어. 그러니 이 일은 그냥 묻어두지 않겠나.
잠깐, 나는 왜 처음 듣는 말이야? 차압이라니. 너도 알고 있었어, 영재? 네 입으로 직접 말해.
흥분한 건 알겠지만 영지 형에게는 말을 가려서 하도록, 동백.
나는 괜찮아, 상어. 동백, 해결되면 바로 말하려고 했어. 구인의 일이라면 제일 먼저 길길이 날뛰는 게 너일 것 같아서. 그리고 이상, 그렇게 해준다니 너무 고맙지만 어떻게 그래?
괜찮소. 쌓아보아야 덧없으니 부디 구인을 위해 써주시오.
Accumulating wealth has no meaning to me.
네? 잠깐, 이상 씨 그렇게 부자였어요?
자기 대사는 잘 외워야 하지 않겠어요? 또다시 적들이 공격해 올 텐데요.
종이에 뻔히 적힌 것도 제대로 못 읽는 띨빵이가 여기 있었네.
Come from wealth then, yeah? Okay.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
The witch boy. When he's there to give him that 50% bonus as expect. Oh yeah, well I'm not. I'm just using him for the event currency bonus, as Easy says, and as Grease said as well, I don't want to use too many units and I'll steamroll content, even though I still will probably be slower than what I would be if I wasn't streaming, because I do genuinely suffer from the streamer debuff, right? I want to try my best to learn the game, so when I do genuinely get to like the difficult content, I'm not filtered, because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm like, may as well learn now, right? Or at least start to learn now than start to learn later on, even though there'll still be plenty of me doing dumb shit and, you know, being dumb, but... It is what it is, right?
내가 시범을 보이지.
백수가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Get gibbed, bro. Get gibbed. That, oh, damn, that dude was turned to just a paste. Holy shit. Bro just became a puddle on the floor. That was he. Straight up puddle. Yeah, 17. Right. Blossoming League of 9 Literatures. Difficulty level 33, yeah? Okay.
차원 파동 장갑 충전 완료.
Red Mist.
그 봄날 나는 조그만
I'll get that
거울을
reference.
하나 만들었어.
Became meat soup.
연심이라 이름 붙였지.
Yensim.
그리고 수많은 잡음과 훼손을 덜어내다가 우연히 연심 속에서 비로소 그대를 만난 것이오.
Met you at last.
아름답고 담담한 나의 왼손잡이를.
My left-handed self, beautiful and serene. I'm left-handed. So it's a reflection of himself. So is he just like a vision or a visual creation, or is it actually like a mirror into another Like, we're seeing dimensional stuff here. Is this like some canonical expression of how the altars work in the game? Or something here? Hold up, chat. I'm gonna have to go and get a piece of tissue. I'll just... A little scratch on my leg. It must have scabbed off and I've just picked it and it's piecing out the blood now. 2 secs. Blood on my trackies. Again, I must have scratched my leg. I've got a little scab there. I just felt it and I couldn't help but picky. It's a mirror world, yeah. Okay. So, like when we were seeing the butterfly, was that like an alternate version of the butterfly just living its life? An identity, if you will. Indonesia. Each strang is straight up involved in the creation of an identity system, hence the term identity, literally a mirror version of the character. Okay. Pix bleeds for Limbus, right? My left-handed self, beautiful and serene. Looks happy as well.
반갑소. 나는 이상이라 하지. 이거 참으로 이상한 경험이네. 네가 들고 있는 그 거울은 연심이라 하오. 연심이라.
To grind or study, to seek.
이것은 무언가를
Potential version of
갈아내고
the butterfly.
마음마저도 갈아내어 광을 낸 것이기에.
Last wind on the mirror are different technologies. The latter was developed choosing the former. Isn't the world where the butterfly wasn't dead and stuff?
그렇구나. 모든 이상은 연구의 진심이었나 봐. 그대 날개가 돋아있구려.
Wings. Must look like shattered pieces.
그대가 보기에 내 날개는 어때? 찬란하군. 퍽 따뜻하고도 자유로워 보여. 우리는 서로를 들여다보고 내다보았소. 영지영의 기술에 살짝의 변형만 가한 것뿐이요. 어떠한 가능성도 있는 그대로 비추고 싶었어.
여기서 누워 보는 별은 진정으로 멀었는데 이렇게 가까이서 볼 수도 있었던 거네.
너 이걸 찾아내느라 그간 안 보였던 거야? 워낙 빵보다 쌀밥을 좋아해서 다시 S사로 돌아가 버린 줄? 그런데 뭐 나쁘지 않네. 동랑, 너 왜 그렇게 웃니?
눈은 엄청 빛나고 있는데 그렇게 표독스럽게 말하니까 재밌잖아.
이상, 이놈한테 시끄럽다고 전해줄래?
It is nice how it's the only thing with colour right that stands out. Well, I suppose as well, it would as well, wouldn't it? Because with that being an opening to other possibilities, other dimensions, they would have the colour right. Do you know what I mean? Because if the colour's lacking because it's taken from them, then peeking into another place would in fact have colour as well, right?
얼음 과자 처음 먹어본 어린애 같은 표정이나 감춰줄래? 구보, 너도 뭐라고 좀 말해봐. 구인회에 들어온 지가 언제인데 아직도 그렇게 우두커니 손님처럼 있어?
이미 모두가 입을 모았는데 무슨 말을 더 하라는 말이오?
깍두기면 깍두기답게 넉살이라도 떨던가. 새초롬하긴.
그렇구나. 이것이 너가 세상을 보는 방식이구나.
내가 보는 세상이라.
그거 알아? 모든 기술에는 만든 사람의 낭만과 소망이 숨어 있대. 그걸 찾아내는 것도 구경하는 자들의 묘미야. 알아두면 좋을 거야.
이상, 그래서 자네는 이 기술로 무엇을 해볼 참이야?
무엇을 해본다니?
영지형의 유리창은 벌써부터 세간에 소문이 돌고 있는 모양이야. 다른 둥지의 연구원들도 관심을 보이고 있다더군. 참, 이곳을 구경하러 오는 손님은 별로 없었는데 이젠 차례로 줄이라도 서라고 번호표를 뿌려야 할 판이야. 그러니까 여기서 네 기술까지 발표한다면?
동랑, 나는 이것을 발표할
He's already thinking about the
생각이
application,
없어.
isn't he? Just the framing of it being the one thing that brought colour into his dull, colourful life, yeah? Colourless life, yeah? Yeah, it is, it's quite poignant.
없다고? 전혀?
그저 우리끼리 웃음을 터뜨리는 순간으로 간직하면 어떨까 싶소.
야, 너는 대체 무슨 생각으로?
이상, 너 이제까지 본 것 중에 두 번째로 웃겼어. 첫 번째는 그 있잖아. 누렁이한테 우유 먹이고 있었는데 갑자기 제 머리를 핥아가지고.
그러게, 나도 동백이가 그렇게 박장대소 한 건 처음 봤어.
그건 이제 묻어두는 편이. 사람의 눈동자는 참으로 반짝거리고 뜨겁소. 사뭇 데일 것만 같아 나는 그것을 불어 비껴보곤 하였지.
Human eyes are such glistening and scalding things.
하지만 대상을 직선으로 보지 않는다고 하여 고깝게 여긴다는 것은 아니오. 바라보지 않아도 스며들 수는 있으니.
그런데 저거
Probably
우리가
describing his
쓰고 있는
autism there, yeah.
같은 거야?
엄밀하게는 비슷한 것이죠. 림버스 컴퍼니에서는 특수하게 개량된 거울을 사용하고 있어요.
엄청난 걸 발명했었네, 이상 씨.
나나 영지영이 한 것은 발명이 아니라 발견이요.
We discovered it. Okay.
기사는 허가 없이 다른 세계를 엿볼 수 있는 기술이 만들어졌다는 걸 달가워하지 않았을 것이다. 다른 세계를 엿보는 것이 중요한 게 아니라 허가받지 않았다는 것이 중요한 것임은 알고 있겠지.
짐작은 하고 있었으나 우리끼리 놀이라고 생각하였기에 괜찮을 거라고 여겼지.
I'm curious as well then, like, in these other worlds, because obviously there are other worlds, literally other dimensions, other timelines. What's the world like in those worlds as well?
참으로 아니란 결정이 아닐 수 없었어.
Obviously there's going to be some that, you know, because obviously like the idea of like the multiversal stuff and multi-dimensional stuff, you know, you're going to have stuff where it's pretty much similar, you know, maybe you just work a different job, everything's the same, but you're a little bit taller, a little bit shorter, a little bit fatter, a little bit older, or whatever, or maybe not so much older, but then there's going to be the ones that are going to be vastly different as well, potentially, with like the whole world being somewhat different, right? A fairy gentleman. Inflict tremor. Tremor burst. Prioritizes the enemy with tremor. Cannot be redirected. Unclashable. Oh. Right, so when it says unclashable. Oh, so it ends up just being unopposed, right? Ooh, interesting. So, really, you want to be evading it then, don't you? Do you want to evade that shit then, yeah? Because we're just going to end up taking hits. The design of these characters, awesome as well. It almost looks like it's representing like gluttony or something. So, hold up. I can... If I target that doll... Actually, will that... Will that work? Or is it because it... Don't know, that because of the speed? We'd love to discuss the technology more, but that's risky territory. Yeah, in case of spoilers, yeah. Can't defend against it, yeah. You can dodge, but you need to roll higher than attack. So that'll go for the watch, and they'll just leave that unopposed, won't it? And it can be seen and viewed with the mirror, so as long as... I mean, if you can't clash it, I guess. Well, yeah, really. Yeah, true, yeah, it's not going to oppose, is it, right? Yeah, that's a stupid question, yeah. 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 Ignore me. I'm just being an idiot. Yeah. Usually if an attack is unclashable, it's not going to do much damage. Okay. Right, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Ignore me asking about that. That was just a stupid thing to say.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리한다.
The way he moves. He's an elegant big boy, isn't he? He's an elegant big boy. Oh shit. Okay, these are all clashable, right? Okay. I like the fairy gentleman. shit, wrong one. Doesn't be that they're on a pulse, right? 'Cause she's gonna probably do more damage, right?
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Oh shit!
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
Oh, I'm tickling this dude, you know. I'm only tickling him. Bro, I love the animation frames for this enemy. I love the design of this enemy. It looks so good. Gain damage up by the effects count every turn, max 5. Cannot gain status while tipsy. Raise target stagger threshold by tremor potency on target. Priorities are limited tremor. When attacked by skills that trigger tremor burst, raise the stagger threshold by the effect's potency. At the end of the turn, reduce the count by 1. Speed decreases. Okay, so that's the morale. Okay. Now we've got 5 stacks. Okay. What's this? Bro just wants to party. I keep forgetting now when it comes to defensive skills. Has this only got a defensive skill? Converts opponent's morale boost into tipsy. Oh. Oh, I need to get rid of this, don't I then? I forgot now when it comes to defences. Is there any reason to use like an evade against him? Like, would I want to do that to stop the conversion? Would I want to do that to stop the conversion? To be easy, tremor make it easier to get the stagger, I suppose. Hit the one with the weakest attack from the sinners, it should be enough still. Okay. Alright, should I just set her into fucking attacking it then? How much does that reduce? Just kill the wine. How much does that reduce? Lose effect isn't that important, it's fine to just destroy the wine. Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Probably best to send her after it, right? Maybe can one-shot you.
공간을 뭉갠다.
발동.
이미 도달했다.
Oh, going for it with one that's got a less morale boost. Oh shit.
이 시계 소리 또한 끊어지겠지.
Okay. Real she had too much. A little bit, looks like it, right? She looks like she's beyond having too much. That looks like a hangover state, that does. So, can like, I can't remember if I could... Evade and evade? Double evade?
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정량.
I can't get over how much I like this enemy's animations, man. Looks so fucking good. Let's evade each other. Set offset with a dodge. Okay, okay. So I'm thinking I'm on the right path then. My thought process is, yeah. I need to deal with dude quick, don't I? I need to be able to repass. Oh shit. Oh, hold on a sec. Fuck, they're all going after him, aren't they? I think he's though, because he's going to be faster. Will I be able to? Oh, let me just remind myself. So I went to the clash for that, and then I went for a, and I drag it off him, yeah. And then can't do anything with her, right, so go for that and maybe give him an unopposed attack. Why not just attack you doing dominating clashes? What? What do you mean just going all in on this and just tank the damage? I can't clash this, so can I? I thought this is one I couldn't clash. Oh, is this a different one? Oh, this is a different one, isn't it? Oh, this is a different one. Oh, okay, this is a new one. I can clash this, can't I? It's a different one, right? This one I can't clash. This one I can clash. Okay. Oh, shit, yeah. Alright then. Let's reset that. Let's reset that. Yeah. neutral though.
내가 시범을 보이지.
It's not unclashable skill, yeah. It took me a moment to notice that. I just took the image and was like, oh, it's the same one, but... Yeah. It's a good job of double check there. Oh, what's this do? On hit. If this attacks Fairy Wine, he'll 10% next turn. Okay, I need to get rid of that then, don't I? Reckon that'll be enough. So can I not clash at all with her now? Like what? Oh, she just goes unopposed. Wouldn't it be better just? Oh. Double check what a.
이 시계 소리 또한 끊어지겠지.
She's just clash power. Okay. Let's do that instead, right? Keep the wine off it, right? I mean that off the wine. Keep row off the glug.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
이미 도달했다.
I'd probably just left her for unopposed, really, shouldn't I? Considering a clash power's hooked. Alright, cool. Let's consume that charge. Can we repass? We can't repass? Oh. No ass ripping. Leave her open for the unopposed, yeah? Your Discord's not loading. Is Discord down again?
이 순간이 닿아도록 되어내리라.
So it's not down. Okay. Yeah, Sinclair's the GOAT, man, I'm telling ya. Sinclair is the man. Oh, let's rip ass on this dude. Oh, no. Ryushu's missing like a ton of top tide 3. Yeah, man, Sinclair's my guy. He's my guy, man, my main man. What the fuck? Okay, little Liz. Okay. That was I feel like I was doing a lot wrong there. For one, bro was tanking. You know what I mean? Felt like he was I really wasn't doing anywhere near what I could be there. I still need to spend a little bit more time, I think, on some of the more unique enemies. You know? Fairy Gem is easy, just takes forever to die. Okay. Okay, so that wasn't anything specific to me then. Because you felt like you were taking a bit right. After hitting a non-staggered enemy by using a gluttony affinity skill. After hitting a non-staggered enemy, okay, by using a gluttony affinity skill, or inflicting tremor potency using skill effects, randomly inflict a total of 4 tremor potency between all enemies on all abnormality parts. Okay. That sounds pretty good. Right, where am I heading now? I'm heading back this way. I'll go here, yeah. That's a green skill. Pretty good. I'll say it seems alright, right? It's tremor based, but unfortunately you have no tremor IDs on your team besides Teacup Roger. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's only infusing tremor, yeah. I'll say there's only, as far as I'm aware, she's the only one I know of that's, tremor user. I don't know any others. Have I got any others in my team that, that take advantage of me? New Virtua Fighter 6 gameplay. It's alright, actually. Virtua Fighter 6 gameplay looks alright, actually, chat. A few seconds, I just need to check my emails. Be pre-approved for Berserk Onslaught. What the fuck is that? What's Berserk Onslaught? Guys. Berserk Onslaught. Roguelike game.
Alright, so we're here taking a look at Berserker Onslaught. Doing this a little bit different today. Deeper you go. Have Scally Archers leveling up again.
Okay, so it's like a
Groups of
Diablo.
spiders and giant elites now?
Roguelike
That's a thing.
vampire
So let's
survivors
take
type game. Okay. Nah, not for me. Appreciate it though. Alright, cool. Alright, let's do it. Going the right direction, yeah? Looks like a generic game. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I get offers for keys for some games from time to time. Sometimes they look cool. Most of the time, I'm like, okay, I think I see why you're offering. I think I see why you're offering keys out there. You know?
작살. 놓치지 말게.
I do want to learn more about this now. Unknown boy.
고요해.
Are we outside the city here? Where's this? Are we looking through the mirror?
외곽과는 너무 달라.
Oh, we're in the outskirts.
그러게. 외곽 너머는 이렇게 아름답고 고즈넉한 것들만 존재하는 세계였어?
그래서였나 봐. 다들 쉬쉬하면서 입에 담으려 하지도 않던 이유가.
당신 혹시 외곽 너머에 대한 이야기를 알고 있어? 이곳에 사는 것 중 어떤 건 간절한 사람에게 소원을 이뤄준대.
So what people
들려줄까?
know the outskirts somewhat, but what's the outskirts of the outskirts like?
좋아. 네가 해주는 이야기는 언제나 기대돼.
조금만 기다려줄래? 아까 저쪽에서 멋진 걸 봤거든.
Looks like a desert, doesn't it?
우리의 하늘을 올려다보면 보이는 건 탁해진 빛 한 줌뿐이지.
Feel like that looks like a person, almost, with their hands up, like wearing a robe. It's the head, their arms. See a leg and a foot out here, you know?
하지만 이곳의 하늘은 우리를 고독하게 내려다보고 있는 별님들이 보이네. 여기서 보이는 저 도시는 고통과 절망으로 우는 소리밖에는 들리지 않으니 차라리 나도 높고 쓸쓸한 곳에서 사람들을 보며 함께 눈물을 흘릴 수 있다면.
What's up, human me? The second and third floor is like hell because it's very long.
미안, 조금 늦었지? 처음 보는 꽃이 피었는데 향기를 맡으며 같이 들으면
Stefanette. Want to get flowers. What's happened?
그래, 마침내 소원을 이룬 거야. 오늘부터 밤하늘 귀퉁이에 별이 한 움큼 뜨지 않아도 그 별님들은 지상에서 대신 어둠을 밝히고 있으니 그러니 괜찮을 거야.
아까 그 장면은 뭐였죠? 아주 머나먼 이야기
What
같았어요.
황금가지가 폭주하면서 자아심도를 생성할 때 불순물이 섞여 들어왔어요. K사의 특이점, 일명 눈물 흘리는 것의 눈물.
그래. 그 영향으로 죽었던 사람들까지 덤벼들고 있잖아.
네, 그것에 대한 녹아내려진 기억인 듯하네요.
Relevant to the experience of melting down.
그 눈물 흘리는 것의 마음도 이 공명에 녹아든 건가요?
그러면 눈물 흘리는 것도 역시 사람과 다를 바 없는.
단테, 세상에는 별을 찾고자 하는 이들이 많아요.
Feels like a fairy tale. It feels like we're I've got so many questions. I've got so many questions.
내가 시범을 보이지.
공간을 뭉갠다.
I say I am a big fan of the aesthetic of this game though, and enemy designs as well. Wish is a powerful thing in PM. What are you saying? He become a fucking star?
그려낸 대로.
이미 도달했다. 그보다 전복도 기름도 나오지 않는 놈이 구려.
Victory, my princess. What's just his arm? Okay. That's interesting. The area twisted, and a cabinet appeared from it. You see some items in its drawers. People with dreams and convictions are rare in the city. They pray to the stars, and sometimes the stars answer. Or wishes are what could spur a distortion ego after all. Okay. Take a closer look. When you look closer, you can almost see something else in there. A sinner with keen eyes might be able to get something good. Right. Yisang looked at the cabinet. The sinner discovered a hidden drawer. The drawer contained a number of useful items. Soon afterwards, the area began to blur and the cabinet disappeared. I'll take back these. Many objects appeared in the hidden compartment. They might be useful for the coming encounters. What should we take? Pick the drawer on the second row, 5th column. Gain an ego gift. Pick the drawer on the 5th row, 8th column. Pick the drawer on the 6th row, 1st column. I've got no clue, so I'll go guess one. You took the item out of the drawer on the second row, 5th column. It's a mysterious green mass. When you look at it, it kind of resembles a mask. Soon, the area began to blur and the cabinet disappeared. Ego gift cold illusion. Gluttony skills plus 10% damage. Let's go. Having wishes in such a despairful world, of course, would be rare. We had the whole game about wishes and desires. At the April Fools last year, right? Play LobCorp to find out. I'm intrigued. Well, is that why I already saw that shape of the person in the sky? Is that like a foreshadowing? Or did I just see that? Was I just imagining that and it wasn't really there? Commemorative Lord of the Rings 50p coins. Ooh, might have to get one of them. That's a dope 50p. It's 25 quid for a 50p coin, but check it out. That's a cool 50p, right? The ring, the Eye of Sauron there. We got the black speech around it. Well, yeah. Space has changed. Where is this place? Oh shit, it does. Does kind of have a British vibe to it, doesn't it?
무슨 소리야, 아는. 우리가 맨날 지나다니던 도로잖아.
네. 이곳은 내 생업의 터전. 그곳의 근교야.
밤에는 연구를 하고 낮에는 뭘 했는데?
나는 건축가였어.
오, 건축가라.
E Corp is basically Britain.
무슨 일을 했네, 이상 씨?
Hey yo, if the British government could tax colour, they would.
근사하더라. 본래 이 거리에는 뛰어다니는 아이들이 있었어. 많지는 않지만 드문드문 눈에 밟히는 아이들이. 고작 버려진 공 하나로도 그들은 웃음을 잃지 않았어.
나도 어린이들을 참 좋아하오. 참으로 순수한 생명이 아니오.
하지만 지금은 안 보이네. 어디로 간 걸까?
글을 배울 나이가 된 아이들은 여러 공장으로 끌려가오.
Oh shit. Damn. Get him up the fucking chimneys. Happy's British town. Let count how long till he gets shanked. The best choice considering how long the dungeon is probably finishing at the end of the second floor. Fully depends on how you feel the more you play though. Well, we can go until like 4:30. So.
그 중에 내가 만든, 내가 직접 설계한 공장도 있어.
이상.
효율적으로 사람들을 감시하는 일에 최적화가 된 구조였어. 노동자에게 박차를 가하기 더할 나위 없이 편리했고, 그들의 벌이가 썩 좋았으니 나의 벌이가 퍽 좋았던 것은 무릇 그 때문일 테요.
뭐 그렇다고 네가 그 돈을 보란듯이 펑펑 쓰고 다니진 않았잖아. 부인회를 위해 전부 바쳤지.
기억나세요? 제가 T사에서 직장을 구하고 제일 처음 만든 기술이요.
인식표 말이지?
Identification tags.
네, 미아가 된 아이들을 위해 만들었어요. 우습죠. 그걸 쓰면 부모와 감동의 재회를 할 아이들이 늘어날 줄 알았나 봐요.
Excuse me.
그런데
How's that work then? Just like normal ID tags.
지금은 모든 공장에서 근로 시간을 관리하는 데
I guess not
쓰더라고요.
then.
심지어 그걸 만든 저도 그 인식표를 차고 일을 해야 한다니까요.
우리가 T사에서 이뤄낸 업적은 그런 것이었지.
Man, like that's kind of pertinent now with like the push of like things like digital ID and stuff, right? And you know, more governments wanting to definitely explore CBDCs.
그래서 나는 거울 기술에 더 매달리게 된 것이요. 순수하게 탐구에만 몰두하고 싶었으므로.
Tax time.
아무것도 앗지 않을 수 있도록. 그런 것쯤이야 수탈과 착취를 피하려고 T사에 건너갈 때부터 짐작하고 있지 않았어? 이상? 당하지 않으려면 누군가를 대신시켜야 한다는 것쯤은.
Kill or be killed. Eat or be eaten.
그러니 죄책감 가지지 마.
Oh shit, look at this. Dude, I love the stage design. I love the stage design in this game. This is so good. Okay.
충전 기능 점검.
How's Canto 4 going? It's gone really well, actually. I'm really enjoying it. Pass up yawning today, chat. I'm supposed to be double dipping tonight as well, and I'm already shagged. Fucking hair, man. Look at me hair.
제압 완료. 승객 복원 중.
Fatal.
거기구나.
I just fixed his face scam. I've got him as super rich.
다음은 어디요?
So, like, when they buy colour, do you have to, like, is it like a subscription service? Hey, how does it work? Do you get colour on you? What about your clothes? What about your items within your house? What about your house? What, like... So then when you go out in public, do you still see everything looking dreary? Is it kind of like one of those things of, like, having the nicest house on the street? It's good, but then you have to look at all the shit houses. Or is it good to live in the house that's not the best house, but gets to look at the really nice house? You know? When you look out your window, you're like, damn, that looks nice, man. And in the other way around, you look at your window and go, fuck, I live in a shithole. You know? Shovel some tea and you'll be alright. Just right. Yeah, I think I do. I think I need a cup of tea. I think I need a cup of tea, man. I'm not gonna lie. I have to pay for each individual. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you kind of get a rough end of the stick in a sense, don't you? Because you get colour, but you're still having to look at everybody else looking dross as fuck, right? But everybody else, do they see you in colour? They're like, damn, they get to see colour where you get to see less colour, right? Unless you're in your house, like. I'm interested to find out about that.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소!
So I feel like, in a sense, that might be like, that might cause a an avalanche of people wanting to share the wealth just for the fact of having a nicer looking world, right? Because if that was the case for me, I'd want to make sure the street had colour, just so I get to see the street in colour. So by proxy, everybody else would get to see the street in colour. And then I'd want to really pay for them to have colour as well, so they're in colour, so I don't have to look at them in sepia tone. So, but, you know, like, pay it forward kind of thing. I'll buy you colour for your car if you buy him colour for his fucking dog. You know what I mean? Okay, what's this dude? He's got a lot of health. So that no one will cry. Looks like the fucking wood dude out Tekken. Inflict 2 entanglement curse talisman. Entangled curse talisman, sorry. Deal +1 damage per count at +9 count. Gain 2 attack power down at turn start. 2 attack power down at turn start. Okay, so that inflicts, and then what does it gain? Does it gain counts on the hits? Is that how that works? Does it gain it on use and then it stacks it on hits? Pixel living good in District 23. Okay, being fat in the past was an indicator of being rich. Well, yeah, it's like gout was a rich man's drug, right? So, you got gout. It was like, you know. So Red Mist and Callie went through, tried to give people stuff when they cared for her, and tried to check stuff at home. Remember, right, you can buy a lamp that can show every colour for everything in its proximity. Tell her expenses so you reserve for them indoor. You was thinking something like that, something that could allow it to, like, bleed into other things, so it almost acts as, like, perception in a sense, right? Rather than individual items just actually literally having colour. Yeah, that would definitely work. Fucking eyelid twitching again, man. I really need to get more sleep, I do. Okay. This boss is not hard to defeat, right? No. It's got a lot of health, but I don't know. Okay, so right.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지.
Okay, so she's got.
숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
Two counts of that. Entangle curse. Right, okay. Dominating. Favored. Dominating.
그려낸 대로.
Use your strongest skill. Yeah, I still am not totally sure which is the strongest for which specific situation still at the moment. I know which one's like skill 2 and 3 now, I believe, right? With the frame of the skill itself, right? Like the portrait frame. Like if you absolutely see any colour, it wouldn't really matter. Yeah, if you lived in a world where colour didn't exist, it'd be normal, right? The curse $100 stops moving. What could be going on? That's got me scared. What could be going on? On use, remove all entangled curse talisman from the target. Gain same amount of reattached. 9 plus gain 5 bind at the start of the turn. Attack 12 plus gain 5 attack power down at the start of the turn. We're better off just trying to Had you gone on holiday to Brownland though? You poor eyes. Right, dude. Right. Migraine City. And then after you got used to it, you wouldn't want to go back. You just wouldn't want to go back, would you? This is the staggered part, yeah. So shall I just lamp these into the staggered part, do you reckon, chat? Should we, concentrate on going after the staggered part? Leave those two defensive well. What happens when... I need to... I mean, let me see. I need to see. I still need to understand this skill description a little bit better. English is not Englishing sometimes. Focus on staggered part. Collect my talismans. Focus on staggered part.
이 순간이 닿아들어 베어내리라. 베어낼수록
The wooden doll stopped in place as if nothing was happening. Its head was tilted slightly downward like it was examining its talismans. Perhaps it could have been looking at the sinner's talismans. As if possessed, the sinners began to walk toward the wooden doll. It was like they forgot they were fighting just moments ago, and they started removing the talismans entangled on their bodies. Just what could be going on? Oh my days. Who will gather the talismans and return them? Unless stated otherwise, it's safe to assume that skills are being described as affecting the opposite party. Yeah, it's obviously you mean like obviously. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. It's more just like certain terminologies. So like with these, counts are basically stacks. Sure, am I right in that? A number of applications of something. That might sound like a really stupid question. Count is stacks. Okay. Stack duration. Okay. Oof. Oh. I feel like that's the best one, right? We also gathered the detached talismans and stood before the wooden doll. It seems to be gazing silently. Or maybe it was just the sinner's conscience making it seem that way. The eagerness to return the talismans to where they were. Ryoshu extended their arm to hand over the stack of talismans. As if drawn by a magnet, the talismans flew toward the doll. So that no one will cry. After muttering the phrase, Ryoshu came back to their position. So that no one will cry again. So that no one will cry gains 5 reattached cursed talisman. Ryoshu gains 2 haste next turn.
해왔던 숙제들에 비하면
Okay.
별것도 아닌 일이다.
As you assume, the strongest skill is a skill with a high final coin power shown at the top middle when clashing, since high damage depends on enemy weakness. Heartbroken. Should we go straight for the stag of it then, or remove all reattached cursed talismans, inflict 5 paralyze next turn? I want to stay away from that then, don't I? I need to at the turn end on hit, so I need to win those. Okay, so the turn end. Okay, alright, I think I get it. This is actually the last boss of the floor. That's actually dominating, yeah. I use the ultra instead there. Use the ultra and ultis, I think. The V means it's an effect on just the 5th point. Right. Okay, I didn't know that.
이 순간이 닿아들어 베어내리라.
Such a bully pig she beat up a drunk friendly green guy and mercilessly tore off the arm of a disabled poor dummy. Turn him into a what did we turn him into? A box? Rolls kindling? Stick him on the fire. Oh. Shit. What did I do? We're on the next floor. Okay. We're going deeper. Which direction do you reckon, chap? Which direction do you reckon? Which way? Up or down? I have to get myself a drink. 2 secs. I'm parched. Up for more learning opportunities, down for more chain battles. When I say chain is better for sanity, so bottom is better. Do chain first, get sanity, build them up. Alright then, go bottom, yeah?
같이 달려나가겠소.
Stupid chat.
꽃은 지고 만물이 바삐 걸음하기 시작하였어.
Busy steps.
이곳에 걸음하는 이들의 수도 나날이 늘고 소라는 그들의 곱절만큼 쌓여가는구려.
Excuse me.
여기가 무슨 동네 저작거리도 아니고 말이야. 너무 시끄러워.
Are people coming because of the invention or the discovery, should I say?
마법일 때가 딱 적당했어.
우와, 신기한 게 많이 생겼어. 나 여기 있는 발명품 좀 만져봐도 되겠나?
입 좀 닫아줄래?
You shut that mouth. How scary.
동백, 너무 그러지 마. 활기차 보이기만 하는데.
누군가는 소란을 소음으로 여겼고 누군가는 난장을 성장으로 여겼지. 나는 여느 때처럼 비껴보았소.
So it's slantwise.
햇볕만이 계속 내리쬐다가도 수일간 장대비만 내릴 때가 있는 것처럼 날씨의 변덕스러움을 헤아리려 하는 것은 의미가 없다고 생각하였기에 잔잔해질 날을 기다리며 고기를 내어다 볼 뿐이었지.
It's a long dungeon this year.
거기구나.
That's good, man. I was parched, chat, man. I'm feeling it.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 뿐.
So when does the new Otis ID drop, chat?
그려낸 대로.
제법 지쳤나 보.
Next Thursday. Reveal trailers tomorrow. We'll check that out. We'll definitely check that out. Friday next week. Okay, sweet. Alright, sweet man. I'm down to check. I know a lot of people are like, oh, be careful of the spoilers, but like, I honestly think I just don't understand the context for them all for the stuff that's going to be happening. You know what I mean?
충전 기능 점검.
이 순간
단순히 점검.
베어내리라.
Lunacy's going to be fried. I got lucky, man, with Ryoshua. Got her in 30 pulls, I think it was, wasn't he? So, hey, yo, maybe we get some streamer luck. 'Cause, I think I've still got, I don't know if I've still got any, temple tickets. I'm not too sure. Need to check, actually. It says your time. It's like midnight now. What's midnight now for you, is it? Saying that, he's like 20 past 3. It's 20 past 3 for me.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소.
I'm guessing you're SEA. Damn right. Or what? India?
이번 낭수레에도 영지는 안 왔네.
Spoilers don't matter. Yeah. Of course, there'll be some that'll be blatant where I'll be like, wait a minute. You know. But I think with this, well, I don't know. I'm supposed to get closer to stuff. It's like with Arknights now. Like, there's stuff that I probably still won't have context for, but like I'm at such a point in Arknights now where I'm starting to get so much information that like I have probably the context to be like, wait a minute, Wait a minute, I can put 2 and 2 together, like, you know what I mean? 4 p.m. for you. Oh, 9 p.m. When's the next intervallo? Actually, that's a good question, yeah? When is the next intervallo? Is it between every Canto, or do not all Cantos have them? 5 p.m. for you, is it? So yeah, for release, it's always on Thursday for IDs, and after ID or banner is out next week on a Monday or sometimes Tuesday, a tease new ID or ego, then Friday trailer reveal. Right, okay.
날개에서 정식 초대를 받았대. 이번만 해도 2번째랬나?
Conjuration. The roadmap says intervalos for what we've seen, but not sure. Where you are in 8K? Yeah, to be fair, because you've got like enough information about a lot of things that, like, even something that just pops up, you can be like, wait a minute, you know, you can connect the dots, like you say, oh yeah. And at the point at the minute, I'm not quite there yet, so, you know, me seeing something, it's like, because people said that about Ryoshu's trailer, and I watched it again, and I didn't see anything that was like, you know, oh, I get that, at all. Refraction Railway, essentially in endgame mode. Don is a spoiler.
어느 날개였는지는 모르는 건가요?
그건 아무도 모르던데.
왜 못마땅해 하는 거야? 같이 가자는 영지 형의 제안을 한사코 거절한 건 너였잖아, 동배. 꼭 9이라는 숫자에 집착할 필요는 없어. 8이 되면 어떻고 5이 되면 또 어때?
있잖아, 동랑 씨는 언제까지 그 동물병원 놀이나 할 셈이야? 영지님이 소속되어 있는 단체라길래 기껏 바쁜 일정 다 빼고 왔더니 웬 어린아이 장난감 같은 것밖에 안 보이잖아?
오, 누린, 오랜만이야. 고향 동지를 여기서 다시 보게 되어 반갑군. 우리보다 나중에 티사로 왔던데 적응은 우리보다 더 빨랐던 모양이야. 그런데 어린아이 장난감 같다는 말은 좀 섭섭한데? 동물도 사람이랑 똑같이 아픔을 느낀다는 걸 너도 안다면 그런 말은 함부로 못할걸?
Yeah, it's actually, considering what this viewpoint we're getting of him, and working where he works as well, and like what they was doing with the chickens. Do you know what I mean? Like, because that's kind of fucked. Obviously, you know, the food industry is the food industry, and if you saw a lot of stuff, you'd be like, oh my god, you know what I mean? But working in a place where there was like literally looking for the ability to just have chickens continually heal to keep harvesting them over and over and over again. It's like,
뭐 걔네들이 동랑 씨한테 돈이라도 물어오면서 은혜를 갚는다면 그때 취소해줄게.
누린, 이곳을 천박하게 기술이나 사고 파는 경매장이라고 생각하는 거니? 몇 달 전만 해도 이 시대에 무슨 낭소래냐며 거들떠보지도 않던 주제에 뭐든 콩고물이라도 얻어먹으려고 기웃거리는 거 아니야?
He's just like, yeah, fuck this bitch.
너 감싸주는 거 아니야? 저 자식이 너무 꼴 보기 싫어서 그런 거야. 그런데 넌 왜 그렇게 동물들이 치료하는 것에 열심인 거니? 사람도 아니고. 나중에 뭐 해먹고 사려고?
잔소리가 심하네. 뭐 닭집이나 할까?
뭐?
자, 들어봐. 달개 날개를 엄청 많이 만든 다음에 아무 아픔도 못 느낄 방법으로 날개를 잘라내는 거야.
But do they feel pain in what they've got set up now? I know they can regenerate, but like, they still feel the pain, right? Chickens were essentially lobotomized.
나는 것은 날개 한 쌍만이면 충분하니까. 그러면 사람은 고기를 먹어서 좋고 닭은 아무것도 잃지 않아서 좋은 거지.
I don't need a single pet to fly.
참나.
치킨의 이름은 무엇이오?
Is that them flying chickens? Probably heals them so fast that they barely feel any. I suppose it depends how quick it's the meat's removed, I suppose, right? But if damn, okay. Still just seems like torture, doesn't he?
어때?
동랑, 너는 어디 가서 장면 같은 건 절대 하지 마. 알았니?
그때 희미하지만 소리가 들렸던 것 같소. 균열의 소리였소. 고작 작은 균열 하나가 어떤 결과를 초래하는지 알고 있었음에도 불구하고 넘겨버렸던 이유는
What consequence?
어쩌면 못 들은 척하고 싶었던 걸지도 모르겠다는 생각을 비스듬히 바라보다 스며들면 그만일 것이라는 게 아니람이었다는 생각을 이제야 하게 돼요.
그거 알아? 동백? 네 말도 내게는 딱히 위로가 되지 않았어. 오히려 누린의 말이 내게 큰 깨달음을 주더라. 아무리 노력해도 당장 쓰이지 않는 기술이라면 결국 누구도 거들떠봐주지 않는구나 라고.
Ooh. Okay.
거기구나.
회원 수로 제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Sloths his cause in. Yeah, he's very like apathetic to it, isn't he?
내가 시범을 보이지.
회원 수로.
지금이 기회인 것 같소.
충전 기능 점검. 단순히
급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네. 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
Bro's just emo, man. Bro's just emo. You know? Just wouldn't understand, Mom. God.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠소.
The sloth caused the gloom.
아름답지만 어딘가 슬픈 이야기지? 만약 모든 이야기가 다 행복하기만 하다면 하늘에는 더 이상 별이 필요하지 않았을지도 몰라.
Oh, I love the art style in this game. It's so unique in the gacha space. Like, don't get me wrong, like there's a lot of beautiful artwork in the gacha space, right? Stuff either tends to lean to animate the traditional anime aesthetic, right? Or chibi anime aesthetic, where like this has the traditional anime aesthetic as well, but then like it leans into a less traditional anime aesthetic, but then like just a non anime aesthetic entirely with some of the stuff. Some bits even looking a lot more westernized in terms of like the art style that's being used, right? It's unique in gacha games, really.
별을 낳는 건 고독과 어둠이니까.
ZZ and ZZ have recognizable styles that persist throughout the whole game. ZZ does have a great style as well. Art does change after chapter 4, but it's great and kind of better in my opinion. I was gonna say, I heard, is that where it goes then? So Canto after Canto 4, we see a different different artist, yeah. AK to a degree, not as much. I don't know, it definitely feels a little bit... I don't know. I still think it's a bit more traditional, isn't it? AK, for the most part. Trying to think off the top of my head what leans less so. I suppose... Nah. Trying to think off the top of my head, sort of characters or NPC designs or artwork that doesn't. To the next intervello. Valmori wasn't fired, she left on her own, if I remember. Oh, okay, that was the artist, yeah? Valmori has her own soul, but Naga has a fantastic soul to Naga. That's a risky word to try and say. Has a fantastic soul too. And to intervello too. Okay. New art style is even better. Well, that's the beauty of art, isn't it? Like, everybody's gonna have a different opinion, right? So far I've seen so far has been amazing.
그게 당신이 내 이야기를 사랑하는 이유기도 했고.
Right, yo! That one... yo! I'm playing with fire there.
나는 더 많은 세상에 대해 들려줄 테니 대신해서 울어줘. 나와 나머지의 목까지.
Gotta be careful nowadays. Straight white male, you know. Slip of a tongue. It's over. What's this? I've fought these before, haven't I? Yeah. Resembled a rock. I'm a certain inherent object of its mass is able to move. Its appearance could not be any less adherent to laws of science. When I look back, it might have been an inherently scientific object after all. It would levitate in the air and stay still. It rolled its eyeball lodged in the center, and when it felt like it would ram into some persons. I'm not yet sure what motivates it to move. Even so, I wonder if it is necessary to learn its reasons at all. It's possible that this pebble is alive. No one could call it an organism. But by the same token, I might not be alive if no one refers to me as such. Perhaps it was simply a matter of laziness. We were lazy to think that it mustn't be what it thought to be. That pebble is probably a lazy living being, and the same could be said of me. But I'm assuming that's from yeah, saying that. You are actually closer to Rue now. I mean, after Canto 4, the change is a bit rough due to how short notice it was, but there's still gems in Canto 5. Okay. I'll have to wait and see, and I'll decide for myself as well what I think as well, I guess. We'll have to wait and see.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Or did that artist go to work on other projects or work on their own stuff like? Feel like ID probably. Oh, okay. Is it more akin to that stuff?
다음은 어디요?
It's been years and people still think Valmori got fired. Yeah, you know, vacuums of information could lead to people just coming up with their own stuff, right? It's like the whole Weir thing, right? Like, what happened to Dong? Right? Where's Dong? Like, has Dong been fired? I don't know. Like, does anybody know what happened to Dong? Because bro was the MVP back in the day, and I swear, as soon as he stopped being on live streams and videos... Oh, I remember now, yeah. I remember what happened there. I remember. Yeah, I learned about that, actually. I know what you're on about. That was to the point where people actually went to the offices and that, yeah. They actually turned up at their offices, didn't they?
그려낸 대로.
아직 급소가 전부 꿰뚫렸네.
태어날 수 없는 걸 엿터지나.
Yeah. Yeah, the gender war stuff,
제법 지쳤나 보네.
gender issues run really deep in Korea, don't they?
거기구나.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Well, that's good. At least I tried to look after her then. Yeah. Yeah, Grace, I remember now. It was, I think it was that video that was actually going into breaking down, like, the class system within Korea, right? And like, I was actually quite shocked by it, like, because I was like, oh damn, it seems in that regard that Korea, out of like Korea, China, and Japan, is a lot more rigid in that sense, right? And I was like, damn, I would have expected that to either been CN or JP, and you know, from the West, misconception is always, it seems that, like, you know, Korea's like the more chill one, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, second floor doorway.
기차와 같이 달려나가겠어.
Pardon me.
이건 개념 소각기 아닌가요?
Ooh, concept incinerator.
왜 이곳에 소각기가?
사업자 등록을 하지 아니한 5인 이상의 기술 발명을 위한 민간 집합을 하려면 T사의 정식 허가를 받아야 한다는 공문이 내려왔다.
We didn't have the paperwork now. Is that because they want it?
기술도 마찬가지다. T사 기술청에 허가받지 않은 기술은 모조리 압수당하겠지. 그리고 기술청에 등록되든 빼앗기든 결국 어떻게든 우린 누구도 원치 않은 방식으로 사용되겠지. 그러니 그 전에 우리 손으로 없애는 것이다.
Okay.
아니, 이제 와서요? 혹시 우리 구인의 모임 때문에? 아니, 그 유리창 때문에?
잠깐. 숨어서 기술을 만들어야 한다는 발상이 함정이잖아. 혹시 모르잖아. T사가 허가를 해줄지도.
어리석은 질문이군. 구인회가 만들어진 목적을 잊었나? 우리는 순수한 탐구를 위해 모였다. 하찮은 날개에 노새 따위가 되려는 게 아니라 고향까지 등지고 온 우리가 고작 T사를 위해 지식을 넘기자는 건가? 이제 와서?
넓게 보자고. 넘겨받는 건 T사가 아니라 도시라고 생각되지 않아? 기술은 남들을 위해 쓰여야 비로소 가치가 생겨. 그 전까지는 그냥 장난감일 뿐이고. 내가 만든 이 치료 기술 하나면 최소한 이 도시에 몇백 명은 살릴 수 있을 텐데. 그런데 이 실체도 없는 구인회라는 허상을 지키기 위해서 그걸 버려야 할까?
동랑, 네가 도시의 모든 사람을 구할 작정이 아니면 어설픈 시도는 그만둬. 고작 이런 기술로 전부를 구제할 수 있다고 생각했다면 난 진작에 모든 걸 바쳤겠지. 하지만 그런다고 바뀌겠니?
Yeah, it's like, is his naivety of thinking that the corporations will just, like, you know, hey, everybody will benefit from this.
그러게 내가 잘못 생각했네. 이딴 게 다 뭐라고. 와, 소각기 진짜 잘 탄다. 이걸 만든 사람도 우리처럼 순수한 탐구만을 위했던 연구원이었을까?
Yeah, I wonder what she's doing now.
동랑, 그대 정말 괜찮은 것이오.
아, 이것 봐, 이상. 우연히 뒷골목에서 신기한 물건을 얻었어. 케이사라는 다른 날개에서 요새 생산하고 있는 물건이래. 액체처럼 보일 정도로 작은 나노로봇의 군집이라는데 이걸 주사하면 아무리 으깨지고 다치고 뼈가 부러지고 해쳐지고 도력나고 토막나도 금방 다시 재생돼. 대단하지? 그러다가 어느 순간까지 도달하면 아무 고통도 안 느껴진다니까. 그러니까 다쳐도 괜찮은 거였어. 나 혼자 무언가를 치료하려 고생하거나 마음 아파할 필요도 없었던 거지.
동랑,
Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that a fucking scraggly fox with umbrellas out its back and holding one in its mouth? Drifting fox. What does sinking do now? When hit by an attack, take fixed SP damage by the effect's potency. Non-SP units take gloom damage instead. Okay. Non-SP units. What does that mean? It's the non-SP units. So it takes my SP, and I guess what if I've got no SP to take? It just hits me with gloom. So what should I do again now? I keep forgetting. Somebody has no SPI, Drifting Fox. Okay. Non, so units like abnormalities and picked. Okay. So just abnormalities. Fuck, bro. I think I need to get rid of these things, don't I? I want to leave all those attacks unopposed. For future reference, enemies without SP have their chance to roll heads locked at 50%. Right, okay. Interesting. probably take them all out in one hit, yeah. I guess we could just clash one of these because he's getting targeted twice, right? 3 times. Get rid of the umbrellas, you reckon? Because they all just apply sinking, right? I'm just going to have, end of each turn, I'm just going to have massive stacks of, oh shit, I probably should have. Okay. I'm just going to have massive stacks of sinking, right? Sinking make you lower down. Yeah. Sinking apply will make your SP go down. Yeah, so I'm thinking, man, I need to get rid of them, right? Because I'm going to have multiple units. I think I should have probably focused, man. Well, I might get bodied in this fight, you know. I might actually get bodied here. Oh, this is rough. I can't ultra focus on them though, can I? She's going to take a bunch of hits there though.
그려낸 대로 원망들 옅어지나.
We might, yeah. The umbrellas really don't hurt, so it's not bad to let them go on a pose while you do more threatening attacks. Yeah, that's what we did there. I'm hyper focusing on the umbrellas maybe, and it's gonna leave me open to take a bunch of damage. Could those ragged umbrellas protect that fox, really? Okay. Now we've got a chance to maybe concentrate on this bad boy, right?
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
To play the goat. Our hero. Okay, there's the opportunity to focus on the two, yeah. Yeah, if I didn't know that was happening, I probably would have laid off them a little bit. My boy! My boy! Old umbrellas are lined up around the drifting fox. Old, worn, old umbrellas. The umbrellas look like they... Shit. The umbrellas look like they've been standing there for wings know how long, trying to protect the fox, but it clearly doesn't seem like they're doing a good job at it. Then a sinner slowly walked toward it. The fox noticed the sinner approaching, but it doesn't growl, nor does it happily relax. It stays still, keeping its ever constant place. Oh, bro. Ow. Bro should walk towards the fox before getting under... Shit, man. Can I not look at... Fuck. I missed what it said. Bastard. Oh, spawn an old umbrella next turn. Okay, on use, inflict 5. On hit, inflict 5 sinking. I really want to focus on getting rid of this then, yeah. Because how often will that continually do actually spawn umbrellas? Unused effects can't be stopped. Yeah, but I'm more thinking about trying to get rid of this. No, because I can break the part, yeah. And take that out the game, right? But I'm probably going to take too much damage doing otherwise, right? Actually, yeah, what is its log? Oh, I can't, I haven't met the condition yet. It's just one umbrella. Does that Sinclair have a passive that can increase his SP? I don't know. Third gain 2 max speed next turn, 5 for every 5 poise. Just haste on support. It's out because he's rocking those clashes. You Sinclair's ego. Could do. Bro, I love her lines as well on her attacks. Sounds so fucking good, man. She's just gangster. Oh no. Oh no. I'm in danger. You just focus on bro now. Just go all in as much as you can.
이번 차량을 정리한 후에 답드리겠습니다.
Focus on dealing with him though, Contoy. The umbrella. No, I want my own pulse really going here, don't I?
그려낸 대로.
Oh no.
이 순간이 다하도록 되어내리라.
It's okay. It's alright. It's okay. Oh shit, man. Bro, I need more charge, man. I need more charge, bro. I'm lacking the charge to rip some ass. We'll go for the ego usage though. I'm alright, alright. Don't need to worry about it. We just skill through. We just skill through. When egos exist and some of them have useful passes that only trigger once they're used in a fight. Yeah, I've not really considered the passives to them, to be fair. I was just thinking, maybe I need it when I use it when I need it, or yeah. Good point, to be fair. Pet sent gloom at affinity damage. Alas, I was careless in my assumption that I could simply observe slantwise as it comes to pass until it has seeped. Realization comes too late. Excuse me. Shit! Yoshu soloing the boss. What does his ego do? On 10 SP. Hence it lose 10 SP. Really warm in my room. Why is it fucking warm? Jeez. It's red hot in here. Got an ego and then passive. Oh, what do you mean? Fastest aloe and evade gains 1 haste next turn. Oh, on the actual... I know what you mean. And then you got tab. This is really bad constant sanity drain. Next one. Yeah, I don't know what you're on about. I think also base ego is the best when fighting the boss. What would his base ego do? Oh, okay. My bad. This is my streamer. It's next to skills. What's my assault ego do? I ain't really used my assault at all. That's cool artwork though. Bind, gain 5 bind, inflict 4 attack power down. Gain 4 attack power down. Gain 2 protection. Yeah, I was just hyper focused on my my summary there. So I was thinking like this is where you look at it, right? I thought this was just here for like, I don't know, leveling it or something. 2 seconds, chat. My AC ain't too low, is it, chat? If a coin hits with a different side from the previous coin of the same skill, lose 5 SP and gain 1 damage up this turn. 3 times per turn. Okay. So, like, I'm guessing, like, with his ego, you want to be using that, like, late game, right? Ideally. No, you can't hear it. Sweet. What time is it? 5 to... When's the next safe zone, chat? When's the next safe zone after here? I suppose we could do these top ones, can't we? Or just not use it. Should we do these top ones? End of floor 2. How much is left on the... how many stages are left? Skincare's ego is aggressively mid, to be fair. And Hobbly's class happen. There's one more boss in the middle. Alright, should we... Should we go for the boss? Should we go for the boss? Fuck it, let's do it, shall we? Oh. No support. Can't even have a middle brother here. Ignore the top. Let's go.
아홉의 안에는 시들미 있었어.
It was wilting among the 9.
지난 날처럼 순수와 감탄에 젖은 얼굴로 연구를 하는 이들은 이미 봉우리를 훔치렸고.
Yeah, chat. I do attempt to read as well. You gotta remember with what is going on the phone? With things like missing the ego stuff there. I do have severe streamer debuffs, chat, okay? Alright. Jesus, man. VXV spamming those NTE videos, isn't he? Those who indulge in research with purity and astonishment on their faces, as they did in old days, have already withdrawn their buds.
나빴고 낯선 소리들이 대신 들어차기 시작했지. 일정한 발소리, 신분을 확인하는 태엽 소리.
Wind-up keys.
묵직하고 낮은.
왜 구인의 위치를 발각시켰지, 아능?
누구라도 그랬을 거예요. 기술의 출처를 밝히지 않으면 S사로 강제 송환이 될 거라고 했단 말이에요.
그럼 고향 땅으로 돌아가서 너 혼자 혀라도 깨물고 죽었어야지.
이 자들이 왜 저를 끌고 가는 거예요? 기술을 내놓지 못한 게 왜 죄가 된다는 거죠? 내 기술에는 가치가 없다면서 당신 입으로 말한 거잖아. 영지, 도와줘. 끌려가고 싶지 않아.
아무리 생각해도 방법은 하나야. 내가 돌아가면 다 끝날 일이야. 유리를 내어주면.
네가 잡혀 들어가면 구인해도 끝장나. 유리 기술이 저들 손에 어떻게 놀아날지 알고?
Starting to make a bit of sense now with like this attitude towards the tech. Right? Lobbing as usual. The thing I love about Sinclair's Space Ego is head flips, lose 10 SP, tail slip, gain 10 SP. Like, pick a side. If you're caught, the league will be done for. Who knows what might they do with your technology once it falls into their hands?
절규하는 목소리가 공간을 맴돌아도 변하는 건 없었어. 그렇게 기술을 내놓지 못하겠다고 버티는 자와
내 차례가 올 줄 알고 있었다. 그리고 다신 보지 못할 거라고 생각한다.
담담하게 끌려가는 자와
숨어 지내는 것도 이제 심심해졌어. 나만의 길을 걷기로 했으니까 되도록이면 다시는 보지 말자고.
직접 자기 발로 나가는 자도 있었고.
바다를 닮은 아이를 만났어요.
Child who resembled the ocean. Must have been an ugly kid.
유리와도 거울과도 같지 않지만 전 바다의 물결과 파도에 비친 것들이 좋아요. 수심을 알 길이 없으니 따라가기로 했답니다.
알 수 없는 말을 남기고 영영 행방불명이 된 자도 있었지. 그렇게 겨울이 오고 있었어.
Oh, eagles have dew protection.
괴로운 경험이었어요. 마치 정말로 구인의 일원이 된 것 같은.
기억에 동화되는 것이니까요. 발자취의 영향을 당연히 받을 수밖에 없죠.
Oh, they're starting to feel it. Actually starting to feel it. They're not just reading it now. They're experiencing it almost, yeah. What the fuck is that? That's an ugly thing, isn't it? Sinking next turn. Heads it. Okay. Alright. Okie dokie. Quick enough, right? Neither is she. Shut. Can we make this work? It's going to be. Yeah, sweet, yeah. Speed's just right for that one, yeah? Okay, works. Works.
그려낸 대로.
Try win rate! Will I get battered if I do that, or yeah?
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 이 순간이
Ruling angle eye.
되어내리라.
What if you win rated? I actually. Oh, I have. I win rated when we was at the end of that one fight. I've done it once.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하라.
이미 도달했다. 기름도 나오지 않는 놈이구려.
제압 완료. 승객 보관 준비.
Get mushed. Alright, let's go. I was pretty quite. Yisang came out a bit later. Most of his problems are fixed by Thuracalgia. Branch of Knowledge gives you the highest roll for a base ego, 12 rupture potency if you hit heads, but if you lose a ridiculous 20 SP for it. If you hit tails, ego costs 0 SP but rolls only 14. That's 4:05 already? Shit. Time's flew. Are those stars up there? Looking up, we saw a scenery that looks like a night sky through a crack. Lo, a shooting star. I heard that making a wish while a shooting star falls can make it true. Maybe we'll try it. Make a wish. Romantic. Everyone quietly made a wish with their eyes closed. However, nothing happened. Who was it? One of you must have opened your eyes in the middle of it. Toxin, one infuriated sinner. We left the room. Bet it was Don Quixote. She wouldn't have been able to help us, so she's like, oh! Do some gacha. Oh no, it's just updated. Nasty's now live. Do you reckon Nasty's worth me pulling? I ain't even looked at Nasty, you know. Yeah, this dungeon's quite lengthy, yeah.
누군가는 이대로 멈춰 있길 바랬고 누군가는 앞으로 나아가길 바랬지. 나는
So, like, how... Is there another floor on this dungeon? So I'm just trying to think next stream will be like finishing the Canto 4 finale into Canto 5, right? Because there's no way I'm going to get this done in time, I don't think.
허가받지 않은 기술을 소지하고 있다는 신고가 들어왔다.
You got a license for that?
영지에게는 미리 피신하라고 서신을 보내놓았어. 저놈들이 가져가기 전에 지하실에 유리와 거울을 숨겨놓아야 해. 나랑 동랑이 옮기고 있을 테니까 남은 사람들이 문을 막고 있어.
No chance now you get done by, yeah. We'll get to the next safe zone, man. And go on then. I'll do it for the culture. I'll do it for the culture, chat.
충전 기능 점검.
There you go. Everybody gets one. Everybody gets one.
숨을 다하도록 베어낼 것.
Oh, is there an intervallo after this? Is there an intervallo between 4 and 5?
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
Yeah, okay. Alright, then so the next stream will be like wrapping this up and then going into... I like how it's like we're very small, right? For the warp perspective as well.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
And end of the story is where Canto 4 really shines, in my opinion. Starting with intervallo chicken, Hell's Chicken, sorry. There's an intervallo between every Canto. Right. Every Canto now has one. Okay. Oh, that's cool then. I enjoyed Hell's Chicken a lot. It was really fun.
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 정리하도록.
Why did he not have it back in the day? The intervallos and voice acting.
구인회 주도자 영지와
Who's
유리
this?
기술은 어디 있지?
Class 4 collector. Yo, this dude looking dripped out. What the fuck?
이것은 너희가 잘못 보낸 시간에 대한 대가다. 지하실 열어라.
지하실의 존재까지. 우리 중 하나가 배신을 했어. 어제 모습을 감춘 감룡. 그놈 짓인가?
그건 이제 중요하지 않다, 동백. 어서 도망쳐야 해.
너희들 마지막으로 기깔나는 불꽃놀이 한번 보지 않을래? 불꽃도 멀리서 보면 꽤 예쁜 꽃이거든.
동백, 설마 이곳을?
She's already decided, yeah. Fuck this life. Fuck these
마지막으로
guys.
물을게. 너희들 중에는 정말 배신자가 없는 거지?
여부가 있겠어.
말도 안 되는 질문을 하는군.
나야, 동백. 내가 구인회를 팔아넘겼어.
Not surprising.
마지막으로 남은 시야는 폭발음과 함께 반쯤 불타가는 동백의 얼굴.
Is that why she looks like that then?
그리고 어떠한 색도 없이 불타오르는 우리의 구인회였어.
Oh, look, the tree in the back as well.
아니지, 동랑. 그들은 동백에게 솔직히 말하지 않았어. 동백은 쭉 모르고 있었어. 그래서 끊임없이 우리 중 누군가를 의심하며 살아온 것이지.
사실 나였어, 동백. 그날 밀고 한 자 말이야.
역시 변절자 새끼!
그래서 죽어가던 동백의 눈이 분노로 물들고 여린 이고는 깨어지고 좌절하여 꽃잎으로 꺾이고 흩어진 것이군.
그거 알아, 이상? 대문 앞에 째깍거리는 소리가 선명하게 들리고 있다면 그건 집안의 T사 기술청 직원들이 들어와 있다는 소리야. 우리 중 대부분이 그들의 방문을 받았을걸. 잊을 수 없는 경험이지. 하지만 넌 몰랐을 테야. 수준 높은 건축가님께서는 T사의 혜택을 받고 있었을 테니까. 대개 첫 번째 방문은 갑작스럽고 고요해. 예상치 못하게 등장해서 대부분은 당황하지만 아직은 마음속에 구인에 대한 자부심과 신념이 남아있어. 그들도 그걸 알아. 하지만 언제든지 다시 돌아올 수 있다는 공포를 각인시켰다는 것도 그들은 알고 있지. 두 번째 방문부터는 상황이 달라지지. 그들은 내 시간이 어디서 흘러왔고 어디로 나아갈지 알고 있거든. 내 과거를, 현재를, 미래를 쥐고 있어. 내 약점과 욕망의 형태가 고스란히 그들의 손아귀에 들어가 있다는 소리지. 너라면 어땠을까? 나랑은 다른 선택을 했을까? 그리고 정말 그렇게 단언할 수 있어?
유기체.
Bro, call us organics.
그중 특히 동물 재생 치료에 관심이 있다고 들었다.
Oh shit, this dude's design's dope. What the fuck?
최근 우리와 협업을 맺고 있는 K사에 대해 알고 있나? 부상하고 있는 날개 중 하나로 에메랄드 빛으로 가득 찬 도시지. 그곳에서 네 기술에 관해 관심이 있을 것 같아.
Has Ron got a bit of colour in his tie? And is this a watch? Yeah, that VA work from Don Beek's VA. Shit.
이런 기회가 모두에게 오는 건 아니지.
그리하여 동랑, 그대는 마침내 소원을 이뤘소.
Holy shit. When's the next safe room, chat? How far away? Are we close?
차원 파동 장갑.
Fuck, dude.
충전 완료.
구인의 폭발은 모든 것을 산산이 조각내었고 나의 모든 것 역시 멈추게 만들었소.
Stop whenever. If I just left though now, will it be saved exactly where we are though? What I've done.
멈춘다는 것은 관심의 정지, 무관심을 의미하오.
I can't remember if it did. I remember if you had to, it just took you back to the save zone, like.
이대로 풍화되어 가며
Two bosses left back to back.
상관없어졌다는 뜻이요.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that, unfortunately. To be fair, it's my own fault. We yapped for too much at the start. Right. If we hadn't done that video react, we'd have been in good stead, but you live and you learn.
끌려가겠다고. 자네 같은 자가 드디어 미친 것이오 이상. 자네는 나와 함께 가야 해.
고개를 끄덕이는 것 외에 내가 할 수 있는 것이 무엇이었겠는가?
It was a good video, wasn't he? Yeah. The happening strikes again, right? For real.
나는 그가 T사 기술청 직원들에게 잡히라 했어도 끄덕였을 것이고 거울 기술을 모조리 개념 소각기에 넣으라 해도 그리했을 것이며 그 자리에서 가만히 모른 척 숨어 있으라고 했어도 뜻대로 했을 것이요. 9 중 몇이 살아남아 도망쳤는지 나는 모르겠소.
충전 기능 점검.
We'll win, mate, these ones.
전신을 정리해.
Looks like I'm forfeit. Okay, sweet. It's been another great stream though. I'm definitely a fan now. I'm genuinely a fan of this game. It's obviously, I guess, in the more cultured space of the gacha space, when people talk about like story experiences, you know, typically Arc Knights, Limbus, and FGO gets mentioned, doesn't he? In terms of like having, you know, quality stories, storytelling, and writing, and characters as well. But like, the more I play these, and obviously the more I play Arc Knights, man, it's almost a crime when I hear people like constantly banging on about like the best stories in gacha and the point to like Wooer and stuff. And this is not to shit on Wooer, right? You know, and I want to joke around and that, but I like Wuthering Waves. But like when people mention patches in Wuthering Waves and unironically say this was probably the best story patch in gacha gaming, and I'm just like, bro, you haven't experienced decent stories within this space. Because I'm on the record for saying most gacha games, story wise, I don't really fuck with them, right? I just don't really fuck with them. Like, there's some I enjoy, and some worlds I love, and some stories and certain patches that I'm really fans of, right? They have lots of them have highlights, but I think for me, I haven't experienced FGO because I just can't get into it, because for me, the game just doesn't look enjoyable, right? But this and Arknights, for me, genuinely stand head and shoulders above, and not to be tribalist, I'm not trying to, because I love not all the games, but no, I like Wuthering Waves. Enfield, I adore it, right? And it's getting better, but I think these two, genuinely, I think they do stand head and shoulders above the rest, aren't they? Personally. Story's about the only thing FGO has. I guess difference between 3D novel and visual novel medium. I think to some degree, right, I do think there's a massive advantage to having a visual novel style of writing, because literally when you have a visual novel, obviously it's a little bit more difficult when you've got voice acting, because you have to take that into account, but they can bring it to life, right? With visual novel games, it's a book with gameplay, right? Where with other games, you really have to like incorporate everything together, level design, character design, animations. The story has to be interwoven within the story of the gameplay experience, wherein in visual novels, obviously stages can tie to what's happening directly in the story, you know. Oh shit, bad guys have just turned up, let's fight them. But you can have stuff that's almost abstract in a sense, combat, where it's just like, right, we've got a big story arc we want to tell in here. We'll just throw a couple of random fight stages in just to add some gameplay. And then, you know, it doesn't really have to necessarily fit to exactly what's happening. You know, it can be a little bit, as I say, abstract in terms of the enemies and the way the stage looks and everything. And not really cause issues. Where in a 3D game, you can't do that. Everything kind of has to have continuity and connect. Do you know what I mean? I think you can finish Canto 4. We reckon we can finish it in 8 minutes. Don't know, man. Mysterious figures glimmer in the window. Should we do something? Try talking. Well, that's a bad idea, though. Okay, above Limbus, so Limbus too confusing. I don't necessarily think Limbus is too confusing. I think, for me, Arknights so far is a better overarching story, and I've said it multiple times. Arknights is my favourite gacha game. But I think in terms of, if you take snippets of writing in this, I think, I don't know, because there is some amazing writing in Arknights as well, but I think there's stuff in here. I think in large portions it's paced much better. You know? All the sinners face the window. We will talk to the figures. So that's our best bet, right? Say at least half an hour, personally. Yeah. When Yisang talked to the figures in the window, they writhed and disappeared. Then a fragment fell from the window. We took it and left the room. Select identity, heal for 25 SP. Ego give memories of fragments obtained. Like, with Arknights, I think Arknights could potentially be a bit more difficult to understand because there's so much going on, right? There's just so much going on. Okay. I think we'll have to call it there, though, chat. We'll have to wrap up Canto 4 in the next Limbus stream and do the intervallo. I think that'll be the plan, right? It's just unfortunate that it is 4 now, and I don't want to be late getting Rosie from work. So, what do I do? Cog and to window. When's the next stream? I'm never gonna lie. I might do Limbus tomorrow, you know. I might do Limbus tomorrow, you know. I'm not even joking, man. Like, I'm locked in at the minute, man. You know what I mean? I'm kind of locked in at the minute. I'm having too much fun, man. I need to do Enfield, I need to do AK, but I'm kind of locked in. I'm so like, I'm so intrigued at the moment to what's going down. I really do need to be fair though, I don't know if Friday's the best time to start Chapter 14 for Arknights, because when I start Chapter 14, I want to have a couple of streams. You know what I mean? I don't want to just start Chapter 14 and then go 3 or 4 days without doing it again, because it disjoints it for me. It's the same with this as well. I'm kind of like, I don't want to have too long in between streams. Like 1 day, 2 days, it's okay, but you know, the problem is with gacha. You have a day to play another game, and then another day, and then an event drops or a new patch drops on another game, and it's like next thing you know, a week's gone by, and you're like, fuck. You know what I mean? You're getting lost in the sauce kind of things. Sorry. It's well worth it. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I might as well finish off these, get into Intervallo, and then we start Chapter 14, right? Because we'll stream tomorrow. I might be able to double dip tomorrow, so we could do some Arknights of the evening even. But I don't know if it's be a bit late for most people. I kind of want to stream Saturday. I think we're going out for a meal between like, I think it's going to be like 5 or 6. So we could be able to get a stream in tomorrow as well. I'm going to be live a little bit later though, because we're going to check out Honor of Kings. I can actually play it this time. So we're going to play Honor of Kings at World later. So yeah, I think tomorrow, yeah, we're playing Limbus, man. I do apologise to people who are waiting for Chapter 14. I want to play it too, trust me, honestly. I really do. But I also want to give it the respect of locking in, because Babel was amazing. Like, genuinely amazing. Anybody who watched my playthrough with that, like, that shit got me. Like, it hit me like it was an experience, right? It was a proper gaming experience. So I really want to give Chapter 14 its respect and its dues to get into it. And don't get me wrong, I know Arknights chapters we're talking multiple streams, right? But I want to at least get like a back-to-back Arknights stream when it comes to Chapter 14. So we start it and we go into it the next day. I'll be playing Limbus tomorrow. It is Thursday today, isn't it? It is Thursday, right? Yeah, it's Thursday today. I lost track of the days. It's because I'm not able to get to the gym at the moment. So yeah, we'll play Limbus tomorrow. So Limbus tomorrow. Saturday, I don't know, because of it being a shorter stream, it might end up just being either some Honor of Kings if you like it, finishing off 1.2 in Enfield, playing some NTE, a reaction stream. That's if we do stream. I'm not going to promise Saturday, because obviously it depends on what we're doing. If we finish the Intervallo tomorrow as well, we'll see. Because I should be able to, right? You reckon I should be able to? And then if we get the Intervallo done tomorrow, then I'll say probably Chapter 14 Monday, Tuesday, and then maybe start Canto 5 Wednesday. So like Canto 5 Wednesday, Thursday, Friday more Chapter 14. It's shit. Wednesday Enfield live streams tomorrow as well, yeah. We're gonna have to watch that as well. Shit, bro, it's too much, man. It's fucking too much. But yeah, we're definitely playing Limbus tomorrow. We're definitely playing Limbus. We have it. Is it tomorrow? The Enfield live stream. I gotta watch that as well. I gotta watch that. What fucking time is it? Does anybody know what time it is? UK time, guys. The Enfield IGN thing tomorrow. Because you can't just go to the YouTube channel, can you? And just fucking, you know, go off the YouTube event. Join us exclusive live stream. Have they set it up on their channel then by any chance? When they say exclusive live stream, do they mean on YouTube? Join us May 22nd for exclusive live stream for the Ark Knights Enfield sketches of lost heirlooms. See, like, is this going to be live on Enfield's channel or not? When they say exclusive, it makes me think no, but then, like, is it on their YouTube? It's got to be right. They wouldn't have it on the website. Like, who fucking streams on their own website nowadays? It's got to be on the YouTube channel, right? Fuck. Oh, yeah, it's already set up. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Shit, bro. Why is it 5 o'clock? Since when did they do 5 o'clock streams? What the fuck? What? Why are they doing it at that time? I'm sure. Isn't the CN stream happening a few hours earlier? What are they doing? I've got to admit, if they've planned this around IGN, yeah, and CN get all the information before us, this is kind of an L for fucking Hypergriff, man. I've got to be honest. I don't know why they can't just keep it like normal. CN get it first. Yeah, that's stupid, man. Why are they doing that for? I'm a little bit worried about this stream now. They've changed it for this one. Well, I reckon they've changed it to fit. They've changed it to fit IGN. That's why. So, because it's 9 AM Pacific time. So IGN's an American company, isn't it? So they've fitted to fit IGN's audience. That's why. So the rest of Global is having to wait because they want to market it to IGN. Which, I'll get the marketing side of things. They're a corporation, right? I understand that. Which kind of like, feels like a bit of a fuck you. You know what I mean? I'm not a massive fan of this. I might make a video on this later. This is annoying. This has annoyed me. Honestly, I don't like this. I don't like this. Anyway, guys, I appreciate ya. Thank you very much for hanging out today. It's been a pleasure. Appreciate you experiencing this with me. I'm honestly having a blast with the game at the moment, and I will see you all a little bit later for Honor of King's World if you want to come and hang out. I don't know if it's going to be any good. It might be trash, so it's up to you if you want to come and hang out. I'll be back live tomorrow, same time, guys, okay? And we're going to be doing more Limbus, and we're going to finish it off. All right, guys. We're going to finish off this Canto and get into the Intervallo. So, yeah, if I don't see you later, have a great day. I'll catch you all tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, guys, have an amazing weekend as well, guys. All right. Stay safe. I'll see you all later. Yeah.